We have streamage. All right, there we go. Can we hear anybody now? All right, there we go. Can we hear anybody now?
Check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Can you hear me? How well can you hear me? Check, check. 1,
Nope,
2,
can't
1,
hear
2. Can
anything.
you hear me? How well can you hear me? Check, check. 1,
Nope,
2,
can't
1,
hear
2.
anything. If you can't hear me, please raise your hand.
Yeah, exactly. Josh, if you're talking, we can't hear you, so you're on mute. Josh, if you're talking, we can't hear you, so you're on mute. Josh, if you're talking. Do, 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 do. As soon as he popped in, I bet his fiance said, "Hey, take out your trash first."
Isn't it always something like that?
Mm-hmm.
I do this. Never write short.
Ever.
Check, check. 1,
Ever.
2, 1, 2.
1, 2,
Oh,
3,
look,
4.
he's having fun. We can't be having that. Give him something to do.
Exactly.
Okay, yep. We're all coming through.
Yeah. I heard me, I heard you guys, so.
I think that's the secret conversation that mothers have with their daughters. If you see him having fun, give him something
Yes,
to do.
exactly.
He's not allowed.
How dare he? All right, quick, get over to Troll Lord Games, do their backer kit before it expires. Spartacus.
When's it expire?
Yes.
What's up? They've been on for now for like 6 hours, doing their backer kit for the Newcastle Zag game, which they're going back to old school Gary Gygax maps of all the dungeons and stuff like that. And so they have a huge, project that they just, did on backer kit, and they raised like 600 grand for it. So they were doing this thing today as a countdown, and when I left them, they had 2 minutes left. However, they said as soon as somebody goes and backs it, if somebody backs it before the time expires, they'll extend it 10 minutes. So right before I left, somebody did a backing. It's like if I had $450, I would do the top one because they've got like leather bound books and shit, man. It looks to be really good. And
wish-
supports Greyhawk as my support, even if it is
I-
just moral support.
yeah,
I wish more whales were willing to support projects like that are
Yep.
really artistic and benefit a large group of people
exactly.
over getting, say, a random VTuber a $4,000 fursuit.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
Tyga X Holic got his got literally like I got a goal of $4,000 and would get myself a fursuit, and then within 30 minutes of him announcing that, no, 10 minutes of him announcing that, somebody dropped $2,000, another person dropped $1,000, and
Yep.
then everything else just came into the rest of the subscribers. Like
Exactly.
less than 30 minutes, the whole damn thing was funded.
Uh,
That $4,000 can easily fund a variety of these really cool artistic projects that can benefit a lot of people.
see if that works. Let me go start.
I know
Start.
that Pikachu outfit looks pretty cool. You know.
I don't know, man. I guess
right.
we're all thirsty for twink thighs.
All right, I got to start the stream before we get down the rabbit hole. Here we go.
Yeah.
Before we even start that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we got monsters to slay. Let's go. In a boat flying.
What was that city? What was that city that Ragnar's family's in?
Exact.
Exact. Thank you.
Exactly. Exactly.
It's a treat city.
So they say.
Listen, man, if it's full of honest merchants, what can you say? Definitely treat city.
Woo! And we made it. Let me try and fix my camera here a little bit. There we go. Let's get this up a little. I really need to put everything back together. For those that don't recall, we skipped last week. I was having issues anyway, and that gave me an opportunity to restore my computer. So everything was already backed up on my file, so I completely wiped everything. I was really, really worried about OBS not working when I came back, but it worked like a champ. I had one set of images that was pointing to an old location that was no longer on the computer, and I had to reset that. But other than that, everything, and I had to install some fonts. Some of the fonts were looking kind of funky, so I got everything reinstalled, and it's running well. When I last did a speed test on this, I was getting maybe 150 across Wi-Fi. Now, I have gigabit internet coming to my house, and they tell me that, hey, you just plug in wired and you get gigabit, and it hasn't happened. There's something with my NIC card, but be that as it may, on Wi-Fi, it's even worse. So I was getting like 150, maybe on downtime, I would be getting like 200 tops. And so I got everything wiped and cleaned, and I just tested right before we started streaming. I'm pushing a little over 550 up and down. So I'm cruising on Wi-Fi, y'all. So I dig it. So hopefully we won't have a bunch of at least latency issues. I do have to say, now that I come to Forge and I open up shit, it opens up for me. It doesn't sit there for like 10 minutes and then all of a sudden pop up. So slowly but surely, we're climbing the hill. But anyway, welcome everybody to tonight's game. This is the last of our off weeks. So because we had missed games for various reasons of life, I've been basically going every week. And so this is supposed to have been our off week, but I want to play some catch up. So starting next week, we are back on track of every other week. So you guys don't have to worry about having to make it every single week. We'll do it every other week. As it sits right now, everybody's here except for Monkey. Monkey said that he was running a little late because he's got, as usual, he helps out his sister and whatnot. So I think he's got to pick up family member or something like that. So, and I know that our illustrious gnome wizard, Hygel Craghammer, popped in and he's having issues with his audio.
You hear me all right now?
There you go. We hear you good.
Yeah, I had to reset my computer, but for some reason, like the sound was coming through in certain areas.
Yeah.
But anything else I was on, no sound was coming through. It was weird.
It's pretty weird. Yeah. I just do what I do. Grab a big ass sledgehammer, beat the fuck out of your computer, and then make back up by you know it. That's easiest way that I can say to do that. But anyway, welcome everybody. We appreciate y'all taking time on your Friday. I am Sean, your host. If you're new here, welcome. Old hands, welcome back. For everybody, don't forget, as you watch the stream, you can earn tokens. And you can trade those tokens in for natural ones and natural 20s. Why? Because that's just how we roll. The players in the game can use those nat 1s or nat 20s to replace any dice roll, whether it's their own dice roll or the dice roll of an opponent. So if they crit me and I have a nat 1 handy, I can swap that nat 1 on them and then they critical failure. So yeah, it works good that way. But don't forget also, look over there. What do we got? What I missed? Somebody's re-upped. Is that you, Cor? Oh no, Paul's out here dropping bits. He didn't even let me get to it, Paul. You can't drop bits until I explain to the new folk how shit works. So Mr. Craghammer, he has another advantage added to his. So that gives him 2. So, as I was going to say, if you want to help support the stream, as well as help support your favorite player or character or humble DM, I've said it before and I'll say it again, I will never turn down your generosity. For every 200 bits you cheer, you can grant advantage to that player, and those do carry over from stream to stream, whereas your nat 1s and nat 20s normally do not. I did carry them over from last stream, though, so Ragnar, you have a nat 20, and I have a nat 1 because you guys never really got a chance to use those last ones. So I went ahead and carried those over. But as Paul just demonstrated, drop 200 bits that help support the stream as well as the player, because now not Ragnar, but Hygel has a advantage that he can use, and that carries over from stream to stream, because if you're going to spend your money to help us, I am going to then extend the love to the players. So another 200 going to Nilo. Thank you very much. So
Thanks, man.
Nilo,
You're awesome.
Nilo, you now have advantage as well. And so let me get this on here really quick. As of right now, Hygel has 2, Nilo has 2, Ragnar has 2, Tarikas has 3, and I have 2. And so Corvin is he without advantage. So other than that, everybody has at least 2. I'll keep track of that, of course. So if you guys forget, don't worry about it. But just keep that in your back pocket that you can use those advantages on anything except damage. Attack rolls, ability checks, whatever the case may be. You can use those advantages to your heart's content. And last but not least, of course, if you want to really help support the stream, we're always willing to accept your subscription. You know how to do so. Just click that. First of all, click the follow button. At least follow us. You got to follow. If you want a good entertainment, well, I'm a good entertainment. If you want to see how not to run a stream, come check us out. But yeah, so, and last but not least, if you are a Greyhawk fan, like I am a Greyhawk fan, most of our players are Greyhawk fans, you can go check out the Greyhawk Creatives page. And, ooh, did Monkey arrive? Do we have Monkey in the house? Did I hear a fatigue?
Ooh.
There he is! I thought I smelled somebody throwing poop. So yeah. If you, I lost my train of thought, Monkey. I was all excited because Monkey showed up because I wasn't expecting to be here for a while. But yeah, so last but not least, if you like Greyhawk, check out the Greyhawk Creatives team page, !socials with an S, !socials will get you all the places you can find us, including Greyhawk Creatives, our Twitter page, our YouTube page. If you're seeing this on a VOD, Twitch only lets us keep them for like 2 weeks, I think it is, and then they disappear. And so every night after, or every game after the stream, I post everything over to our YouTube channel so you can see historically all the way back to the day when Monkey Boogers was a barbarian and he got ate by ghouls.
Oh,
You remember that?
Yes,
Oopla, you remember. Look at you. Look at you. That was one of our first few sessions in the village of Hamlet, where they went below the moat house and Monkey tried to crawl into this, or check out this little carved out dirt tunnel. And it just so happened to be a nest of ghouls. He got
It was
touched.
very emotional that night too, because everybody was so quiet when he died. Everyone was like,
Yeah, it's like, oh crap, he actually died. Damn, you could die in this game? And that was our first edition game, by the way. It wasn't our 5e game. Nobody ever dies in our 5e game, I don't think, have they? There's been a
Right.
couple. There's been a couple, but
I
anyway,
call that a bad touch.
yeah. But anyway, I'd like to welcome everybody. I appreciate you guys hanging out with us. What did I do? What did I do? I did something stupid. Somehow, can I just escape to get this? There we go. So yeah, somehow I pinned Paul's message. So I'm gonna unpin it just because I don't know how I actually pinned. I don't know, man. I'm just pushing buttons and shit happens. That's all I know. So yeah, so that's all the good stuff that I have for you as far as that goes. I really do appreciate you guys coming out with us tonight. And yeah, if you have been following, you know that the party accepted a mission to help out nearby clan of gnomes in the mountains here in southern Paranland. The party has been down here before, and this clan of gnomes discovered or heard about the party and realized what the party had done. And so they wanted to hire them because not too far away, about a day, not even a day away from this gnome community in these mountains south of Paranland, there was an ancient black edifice that was built literally into the mountain. And for all intents, the party learned that this was probably a temple to some forbidden god centuries ago. But the structure itself still stands, but apparently the occupants of the structure, whomever they worshiped, whatever cult it may have been, no longer exist. And so nature abhors a void. As one group leaves, another group has to move in. And so this structure, let's call it the temple, this temple to whatever god it was, began to be filled up by, quite frankly, denizens of the mountain. You have giants, you've got Norkers, you've got gnolls, orcs, you name it. Somehow, some way, these things have been getting into it. And so the gnomes have become very concerned that this concentration of humanoids so close to them posed a big threat. So they asked the party to go check it out, maybe clear the place out. So our heroes, intrepid that they are, did the 3-week trek from Ixag all the way down back into these mountains that they had become familiar with on the previous adventure, found the edifice, and went on a full frontal, let's go kick everything and kill everything in sight, until they got downstairs and realized that, there's a whole bunch of critters down here. And rather than take it on the chin and be spit roasted, they took the advice of Hygel Craghammer and began to extricate themselves from said situation. And so they managed to get away and killed a few extra critters on their way out and hauled ass back into the mountains. Fortunately, it was nighttime, and Corvin, being the woods person that he is, as well as Hygel, at least being familiar with the region, they managed to lose whatever creatures were sent out to follow them and track them. They worked their way up into the hills a little bit and found a suitable cave with which to hole up in. And so that was where we left off last session, as the party had their, I believe, long rest. As you got back, well, they did all the healing first, and then they had a long rest. I do want to remind players, as well as other folks, whenever we do a long rest, we need to make sure that the hit points do not reset. I think I've got it set in the game, but you need to, before you ever do a long rest, you need to look at your hit points and make sure, because we don't do 100% restore of hit points. What we do is you can roll as many hit dice as you have to get hit points back. Now, a long rest automatically resets those, which is fine. But the logic behind it is, you may have had a short rest and you used 3 of your hit die. Then you go through a bunch more shit, and then you come back on a long rest. You've already used 3 of your hit die, so at 7th level, you've only got 4 left. So you could use those, get those hit die back. All your 7 hit die will then reset, right, for the next day. Obviously, you can't use them right then and there. But the bottom line is, it just makes it a little more problematic on getting your hit points back, especially if you don't have healing spells and potions and stuff like that. So just as a reminder, because I only mention that because you guys did do a bunch of healing before you went and found the cave. So, is there any questions, players, regarding where we are, what's going on, etc., etc., etc.?
So I forgot. I had to go double check. I ended up getting a bag of holding while we were in Ixag.
Yep.
That is not in my inventory.
Why not?
Because
Probably
I forgot about it.
With the sheets, if I had to guess.
No, I actually just straight up forgot about it.
Dude, come on.
Listen,
But
I can't buy the bag of holding for you. I spent way too much money
See,
to get this deal.
exactly.
Yo,
Everybody
I
relies on
did-
the dwarf, and nobody does nothing.
I did pull the money because I pulled all that together when I put the total in there, and that's where that's the other parts I confirmed it at, but I never put it into my character's inventory.
Well,
So.
you see, what had happened was, you see,
What happened was, I don't know what you're talking about, but it really looks to me like there is a bag of holding at the top of your character sheet right there.
That's my backpack. Oh, okay, you little shit.
I don't know what you're
Thank
talking
you.
about. Yep.
Thank you. All
Yep.
right.
You're welcome. You got the pretty fancy one. He's got the pretty fancy bedazzled looking one. If nobody has seen it, I'm going to show them Nilo's bedazzled. Well, right here, you can see the bag. It's kind of hard because I can't really zoom in, but you see the bag of holding right there. It's all bedazzled and stuff. So Nilo's such a girl. So anyway, with that being said, party, as you actually, you find yourselves about 1.5 to 2 miles away from the temple that you escaped from last night. The cave that you're in is suitable size to fit all 6 of you, or all 5 of you, sorry. It's suitable size, perhaps 20 feet around, 8 feet tall. So everybody fits rather comfortably. You are well away from where your horses are and were being tended as you guys headed this way. But the cave, like I said, is about 1.5 miles away. You've managed to heal. You've managed to rest. Take stock of what you encountered in the temple and what you may yet still encounter should you elect to go back in. So that is the first question. Are we going to be returning to the temple region, or are we headed out of here saying, the hell with this, we're done with?
I believe we are going to be staying here. We're going to try to do a little bit more tactful methodology of going after this thing.
Okay.
I agree. We need a better plan.
Okay.
What was proposed right before we ended was to be a bit more guerrilla style. Like, we go in, we poke a little bit, we kill a couple, and then we pull out and pretty much just keep them busy. Pick them off as they're rampaging through the forest trying to find us.
Okay. Well, technically you're not in a forest, but
Well, yeah, valley, I mean, but yeah, just draw them out. Try to make it to where we're not all boxed in that space where our ranger can really benefit.
Right.
Thank
Ranger and
goodness.
wizard can really benefit from space.
For once,
Right.
the ranger won't be trapped in a little box trying to fight.
Yeah. So I think that's how we're going to go about this. I think that's going to be a whole lot easier than what we were doing.
Okay. And I know that Hygel had been commenting on some ideas that he had as well. I don't know if you recall those or not, Hygel, but
I think I was talking about kind of scoping around the outside to see if maybe there's like an alternative way in
right.
instead of just barreling down.
Well, that worked so well last time.
Well, last time we went straight through the front door.
I'm kidding. We did the frontal assault. Let's try to do something a bit more shady. I'm
Thanks
sure
for
that there's
that.
more than one exit to that place.
Oh, by the way, Sean, I
Yep.
did figure out it was in fact the horse. I pulled all the stuff from the horse inventory, stuck it in the bag of holding, and I am no longer encumbered.
Well, that's hilarious.
So I have to figure out how to make it so the horse's inventory does not apply to me. There is probably a setting for that. somewhere.
Yeah, I'll look.
figure it out eventually.
Yeah. Okay.
What,
That's fair.
I'll figure it out.
Carry your horse on your shoulders? What's wrong with you? That poor horse.
Yeah.
How dare you?
Yeah,
carry the
how
horse?
dare you make your horse walk? What's
no,
wrong
no.
with you?
The best part is the horse wasn't in my inventory. all of the gear on
Yes.
the horse. What?
You bought what you thought was a bag of holding, but as Paul noted, it was a bag of devouring. So everything you own is gone, your horse included,
Bullshit.
since you just put your horse in a bag of holding.
I know my horse is not in my bag of holding. My
All
horse
right.
is out. My horse is.
All right.
I just put
All
everything
right,
off the horse.
let's move this shit show along, shall we?
Okay.
So yeah, so like I said, Hygel had that as well. Maybe poke around and see what you may or may not find along the way. But be that as it may, it is the following day. You can see outside that the winter months are beginning to set in, as you are now in the early winter months of Patchwall. Think of it as like November-ish time frame, I guess. You're up in the mountains and the temperature has dropped significantly. But the gear that you've had allows you, to maintain at least some bit of comfort. But it is overcast. And as you step outside the cave and kind of look around, as you breathe out, the frost gets caught in the wind and just sort of gets carried away. And you can see almost in the distance the beginnings of a snowstorm that is moving in your direction, moving from the north, sort of heading south towards you guys. But yeah, that is what you can expect for your day today. What do we want to do?
Get pissed off with the meteorologist.
Spartan, why are you rolling more tens? All right.
I just keep rolling bad weather, Sean. I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's like six bad weather.
All right. So, it's bad
Weather's
weather,
weather.
but bad weather has never stopped us before.
Yeah, we used to
So-
have tiny hut. That's why. it
That's
never
true.
stopped us Before.
That's true.
Hey guys, it's real simple. We've been rained on
Wait, whoa,
before.
whoa.
We'll be rained on
I-
again. So what's the difference?
Hygel, do you have tiny hut?
Let me look.
Can't believe Hygel doesn't know his own spells. What kind of wizard is he?
I don't remember.
He has
That's
too
why they
many.
carry
He's a
spellbooks,
wizard.
Sean,
He has
'cause they
too many
can't remember
spells.
them.
Yeah. Pretty sure he
I thought I
does
see my
not.
character sheet.
See your
Uh,
character sheet. You just want to double click the token.
We don't have our token up.
No, it's on the
Click
map.
on the.
Yeah,
Click
if-
the-
on the map.
no,
Yeah.
I got it up. I got it up.
yeah, say if you double click the ampersand symbol, you can see it'll
Yeah, I
open
don't have
up,
it.
and then if you click on the character, it'll actually open a character from the party list.
Yeah, that's how I did it. Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
have it.
So, that being said, you are about probably 45 minutes to an hour or so away from the
Can I summon the tensor floating disc and use it as a rain umbrella?
So no. And well, technically you can, but it only floats. I think it says the thing says like 2 feet
3
off
foot.
the ground, 3 foot off the ground. So Hygel could walk under it, stoop down a little bit. You would have to be like on your belly doing sort of like the army crawl through the barbed wire, because
However-
it only floats about 3 feet off. However, what?
If he gets a 3 to 4 foot tall pole with an umbrella on top where it hangs over, right in front of him, because it follows right behind him, it could
That's
be a
true.
moving umbrella that always stays over him.
That's true, but what are we
have to
gonna
build that umbrella on top?
What are we gonna really do now, fellas? Instead of
We will probably go back and investigate the temple to see how busy it is.
okay,
Yeah.
moving
Purpose
your
of
way
scouting.
back.
Just remember, we had those guys chasing us.
We're looking for that as we go, and because they're Norkers and giants.
I would suggest
Gnolls are the ones that we'd be concerned about, but most of these guys are loud and hard to sneak around with.
Yeah, but I would suggest setting up an ambush for at least the first half.
Yo,
Day.
yeah.
They chase us.
Okay, so here's two thoughts, guys. One, we can leave obvious tracks and catch these guys that are following us. Or two, we can try to obscure our tracks and just disappear.
So, better question. Are they actively pursuing us right now, or did they just give up and go back?
You don't know. It's going to be
don't know.
something you're going to have to keep an eye out for as you work your way back to the temple.
Yeah, if we set a trap for them, that solves the problem.
Pardon me?
I was just saying, if we set the trap, leave obvious tracks and all that, find a place that we want to engage them,
Well,
Yeah.
then we can just end the problem. Or we can, try to lose them.
yeah, but we don't want to attack the beginning part of that party because that's where all the weak guys are probably are. We want to attack the guys in the back, so we were to let them pass by and then hit the guys in the back, kind of, Navy SEAL them.
All right. So what's the ultimate plan here? We heading back to the temple?
It looks like we're trying to check the areas around the temple to see if there's alternative ways in.
Well, yeah, and that's what
Yeah,
I'm saying. Yeah. So, but you're still gonna work your way back toward the temple. I just want to make sure that.
Work our way
Okay.
back to the temple, scouting around, trying to
All
find
right.
an alternate path.
All right. Utilizing your woodworking or wood skills, if you could, Corvin, give me a survival check as you head back to the as you guys head back to the temple area.
Say that again.
So, Corvin, I need a survival check. Utilizing
1
his.
second. Let me find that on the sheet. Survival. There we go.
Nice, a 7.
Uh-oh.
I like it. So,
Awesome.
moving your way slowly back, Corvin, you kind of get confused a little bit. You kind of get like, I think this is the way. Maybe it's the way, maybe not. But eventually you find yourselves back on the main trail, working your way back. But unfortunately, if you don't see, or you're not able to see any tracks or any case or of movement of other creatures that may have been trying to follow you guys last night, right? So you managed to get yourselves back toward the temple, but as of right now, you guys don't see anything. You guys don't see anything with regard to movement or other creatures that may be trying to hunt you down or whatever the case may be. You get probably a couple hundred yards still around a bend just out of sight of the main entrance of the temple, and you can see the gorge that with the stone bridge spanning it, leading into the entry of the temple, of which you, of course, are very familiar. Looking to the sort of, as you're looking toward the north as you come around the bend, you look off to the east and to the west, and you can see the gorge extends a pretty good distance in that direction. You guys are actually in a sort of a funnel that's leading you right into the entry of this temple. On your left, there's a little wall about 3 feet high, but then over the wall, you can see a drop off of about 200 feet below into the gorge off to your left. To your right, you can see the hills climb very steeply up in a way from the gorge. So it is possible, instead of crossing the gorge here on the bridge, you can maybe backtrack and work your way into the hills to try to work either east or west to see if you can't find a place either where the gorge ends and you can circle around coming in the backside of the temple, or maybe there's another way to cross the gorge or whatever. But that's really kind of your only real obvious choices. It's either to take the bridge that crosses the gorge right here in front of the temple, or try to work your way east or west to see if there's a way that you might be able to get across the gorge, or maybe the gorge ends, right, and it sort of closes on itself, and then you'll just climb up into the hills, and it's definitely a circuitous route to get around. But unless everybody can fly or jump across the gorge without being seen, you don't really see any way to approach the structure, at least from here. You're going to have to go east or west to kind of work your way back into the hills and see if there's a way you might be able to circle around back behind it.
I have
I
an
think we-
idea.
Okay, go ahead.
How structurally sound is this bridge?
Well, it's solid stone. It looks to be very, very solid.
Very solid. Hydro, do you have a move earth spell? Or stone shape spell? Or is that still a little too far beyond your capabilities?
I'm sure he's
I don't-
looking.
Sorry, it's hard to hear you. Can you repeat it?
Yeah. Do you have the stone shape spell by any chance?
No, I don't have that.
What spells do you have? Just out of curiosity.
A lot of damage.
A lot of
Damn.
damage.
Okay.
Let me double check though.
Yeah, acid would take way too long to eat through this. Okay, never
as a
mind, I don't
dwarf,
have an
can I
idea.
roll a stone working check to see what would it take to actually break this bridge?
Yeah, so go ahead and give me a investigation with
This is-
advantage.
This is an evil temple. We don't even need people going into here. Honestly, if we lose a bridge, it's not all that special.
I can't see the craftsmanship at the bottom.
Yeah, unfortunately, it looks extremely solid because it's literally carved from the stone of the gorge, right? Where at least on this side and on the other side, the beginning and endings of the bridge are very well made. Looking across, you can actually see the structure of the temple itself looks like it was literally carved from the mountain. Doesn't look like anybody brought carved stone in here and built it. It looks like somebody with a huge butter knife carved a big stone 2-story block of black basalt right out of the side of the mountain.
Jeez.
Hey, Ragnar,
What?
how much work would it take with explosives to blow this up?
On the surface? Not
So
enough that we have.
I just want to say, you guys don't really have a concept of quote unquote explosives, like gunpowder and stuff like that.
Not that, no, but we do have magic, and
Yes.
I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure
yeah.
some smart people have learned how to make runes of explosion
Yeah, I'm
on
sure.
little gemstones or something and use them
Yep.
in place of dynamite.
Okay, I could actually almost go with that, but
That's a good question. When it comes
As
to
a
a bridge,
soldier, I would know about that.
don't forget you got your blaster pistols too. No, you guys never went. Never mind. That was our first D game. Never mind.
yeah.
Monkey's got a blaster pistol.
When this bridge is jutting out, does it like have like a solid base that goes all the way down, or is it like pillared?
No, it's no support underneath it. You don't see any pillars or anything.
So it's just flat stone, like a flat stone bed. That,
Well, it's kind of arched. It's not quite flat, but it's arched, so you know that there's probably a keystone in there somewhere. that's kind of holding the center of the bridge, and all the weight of it together is what causes it to remain in place.
Well, if you could locate the foundational stone, you might be able to break it after drilling into it a little bit, but I wouldn't say normal magic would be able to break this.
Unfortunate.
So
I mean, we
plan
could probably
B?
convince the giants to start throwing rocks at us, and that'll probably break the bridge.
Plan B?
Her eyes light up. Okay, well, first, Corvin, here, she's going to hand him one or both of her hunting traps. How many did I have? I had one. One of her hunting traps says, here, put this somewhere that some poor idiot's going to step on it if they start chasing us.
Okay.
So I'm going to give him my hunting trap. It is a full-size hunting trap. This one.
Guess I will try to find a suitable location.
Yeah.
Try to obscure it with my normal hunting tactics.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a survival check with advantage, please. DC 12.
It won't stop a lot, but it'll definitely help.
All right. You
I'm
put
doing
it
great today.
you put it right where you feel is best, and to you it looks pretty solid. If anything was going to come through there, definitely aren't going to notice it. And
But may I double check that if it looks obvious?
no, it doesn't look
Okay.
obvious. You're kind of looking at it like, okay.
What are you questioning? It looks fine to me.
Okay. Honestly, the boulders hitting the bridge isn't a terrible idea.
I think we should check out the gorge. Start checking out to the east and wrapping around.
Facts.
Okay.
Yeah.
What the
Okay. If
heck?
that's the case, I gonna send Ralph.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's what's going on with my. So that was sorry. I am going to have to pause here for a second, folks. I apologize. So I have essentially two. I have two browsers open. And I had this issue once before, and I had it fixed on my computer previously. So we're gonna lose the stream game here just for a second. So I have to get rid of this. Give me just a sec. I got to reopen the browser. So essentially, what I do is I have a DM's view open, and I'm logged in as my account, and then I have a second account that logs into Forge as the viewer that you guys see. And so let me log in, and lowest dice roll, that's their captcha. So anyway, basically what had happened is I had logged in as my DM account, and I saved a link onto my computer. So I just have to click it and it'll take me right to the game. Well, apparently I was logged in as the DM when I did it for my other account as well. And so whenever I logged in, I went and I changed. I said, okay, now I want to log in as my viewer account. But because both of the browsers were logged in under my name and not AgoraQuest, when I started to do stuff on the DM side, if you know Chrome, it doesn't matter if you got two browsers open. If you're logged in under the same account under both browsers and one of them is not a incognito, it start sharing it, and it's like all of a sudden my DM browser wasn't working, and it reverted to the player view. I'm like, what the hell? And I realized what I did, and so I had to log out as the DM and log back in as a player in this one. So let me make sure that I got everything here. Are we good? I got everything. All right, sweet. I'll go here, and I got it. Yep, sweet. Okay, cool. I think I'm good. So I am now and the way I found this is I was trying to set the time because I forgot to start the daily clock. So there we go. And now we can start the daily clock. So back to the game we go. That was my ad. Instead of having to watch this Twitch ad, you can watch my ad. Anyway, so you guys are going to move east or west in order to see if there is a way to cross the gorge or bypass the gorge or go down into the gorge, etc., etc. Is that what I'm hearing?
It looks like we're gonna investigate the gorge. So I'm gonna quickly send Rollo out for a real brief fly around to see if it's within close distance. If not, then we'll go for a hike.
Okay, so Rollo departs and begins soaring high up overhead. You discover that the gorge itself is probably about a mile wide, but it does end. But it is about a half a mile trek either direction to get to where the gorge ends, so that you can cross over and then come back on the other side without crossing the bridge, if that makes sense.
All right. So it looks like we got about a half a mile hike in any direction if we want to go through the gorge proper. As for climbing up the gorge, that won't be an issue. We got hammer, we got pythons, and I can climb this rock face without issue to set them for the rest of us.
Yeah. So, Hygel, you and Corvin know that if you backtrack away, going back down to the south from whence you guys came, you can avoid these sheer cliff faces and just there's some like animal trails and switchbacks, and it's a little bit rough terrain climbing up into the mountains, almost like you're on a mountain hike, right, without an actual trail, and you're just sort of scaling up, small rock walls at a time here or there, but eventually being able to climb over and almost like mountain goats and kind of work your way through the mountains that way. Instead of having to do a sheer cliff face right here to go, you guys can backtrack a little bit and find trails that lead up into the hills in either direction, whichever you want to go.
Works for me. I'm just going to go the way of the group. Whatever way they're going. You guys said you want to go left?
I think we're going to the west, yeah.
All right. So first off, backtracking slightly, you guys go about a quarter mile back before this, because about a quarter mile back is where this sort of gauntlet of a chute, if you will. It's like a narrow rift between two mountains, or between two hills that you guys were twisting and turning that finally deposit you in front of this great edifice in the temple. But working your way back, eventually you get back into or out of that area, and you're able to find some trails that begin to wind themselves up into the hills, but moving in a westerly direction. If I could get, please, Corvin, another survival check with advantage, because Hygel is familiar with this region, although he's not quite the woodsman that you are. He at least... You managed to find sort of the same path that a lot of the mountain sheep and mountain goats tend to take as they wind their way up into the hills, or down out of the hills, finding the scarce scrub brush that they're able to feast upon during the winter months and the cold months, where the vegetation is rather scarce. But you do manage to find these trails, and you stick to them after a little longer than you wanted. It's actually almost 2 hours of going up into the hills, down a little bit, up a little bit, down a little bit, as you guys work your way down, eventually finding where the gorge itself sort of comes to an end in the hills, and you guys find a place where you're able to cross over without having to go all the way to the bottom of the gorge, or in the other case, cross the bridge right in front of the temple. But you do manage to find yourselves about a half a mile away to the west of the great temple, as you guys, like I said, find an easy crossing of the chasm. What next?
Well, we're in the chasm now. and
You're,
I
you're
guess we're
not
just
you're
gonna walk.
not you're not
Oh.
in the chasm. You guys are essentially, think of it as a tear in a piece of paper, but it didn't tear all the way through. So it starts about 2 inches from one edge and ends 2 inches from the other edge.
Gotcha.
And
Okay,
so
okay. Sorry.
you guys moved around, so the chasm, the gorge itself is sort of closed up in the mountains. So you can climb down into the gorge, absolutely, if you guys want to. It's about 200 feet down. Looks like it's relatively easy to scale, especially if you have rope. It's very rocky outcroppings and whatnot. So a lot of handholds to climb down. If you wanted to climb all the way down into the gorge, completely up to you guys. If you don't want to do that, you can stay up in the hills, but now you're on the other side of the gorge. You just have to walk your way back to the temple area, and you would then be on the other side, on the back side area of the temple.
Okay. So this isn't over here. This is not part of the gorge then.
That is correct.
was thinking-
Yeah, no. So
Oh,
this is
okay.
mountain. This is mountain. This is the gorge right here, right where
I was
the
under
compass
impression
rose.
that it was just one giant moat.
No,
sort of thing going around. Okay,
No, sir. No,
never
sir.
mind.
Nope.
Okay.
The gorge goes sort of a easterly off the map to the right and off the map to the left. You guys moved way off to the left, so way off the map somewhere. The gorge itself finally ended, and you find yourself on the back side. So if you will start walking back toward the temple, you would be up here, kind of looking down on the temple, if you will.
Let's go. I guess
I'll
we can go down. Take a look.
I don't know if it's me, but I don't think they can see the map on the stream.
What? Oh, are you serious?
Oh.
Oh,
Mine
you know what?
actually froze.
No, yeah, I know. You guys can see it. Yeah, and again, that was the other thing they did. All right, another pause. Give me just a second, because I'm an idiot. VTT. Let me. I have to go
Mine froze. I
to.
never even noticed.
Yeah, let me go to the VTT because I have to reset the. Okay. Do. Which view do we have?
Oh yeah. Okay. Just get rid of that.
And let's go back out of studio mode. All right, you guys can see it now. All right. I think we're good. Thanks for that, guys. And again, I apologize. I was, like I said, I had to rebuild everything and I just screwed it up. So anyway, so you guys are about a half a mile away to the west now, but you have reached a point where you're technically on the other side of the gorge. As I said, you can go down into the gorge if you want. Not sure what was down there when you guys were first here or what's down there. Or if you want to stay up on this side and just work your way back toward the temple. You tell me. Who's that for, Paul?
I think we want to go around and try to take this from the backside and see if we have any better luck.
Okay.
Back's probably the most easiest one to check.
Okay. Monkey, you now have another advantage, sir. A monkey.
And If shit hits the fan again, we can evade and go back across the bridge.
All right. You guys begin moving your way back to the east, heading your way toward the gigantic edifice that is the temple. I would like everybody, please, to give me survival checks as you work your way clambering over rock, up rocky faces, down rocky faces. It's pretty rough working through the hills when you're not really on a trail. But I would like one from everybody, please.
Hey, the dwarf's about to show you up.
If he drops a nat 20, I want to laugh my ass off.
Don't tempt me. Don't you dare tempt me.
Oh, look at this. Look at this. Boom. As you guys are moving your way through the hills, going down into small little depressions and working your way back up, from a distance, I want to say, Corbin, why'd you roll twice? That was interesting.
I only rolled once that I know of.
Oh, I'm sorry. I still had your old one up. As you're going, Hygel, well, first of all, Ragnar, interesting, you catch a whiff of tobacco in your nostril just for a second. And you're like somebody smoking a pipe up here in the mountains somewhere. And you sort of stop, causing others to stop. And as you stop, Hygel, your sharp gnome eyes see a small depression up ahead, maybe 100 yards away. But you can make out some brush and scrub. And within that brush and scrub, you can see what looks to be a little like puff of smoke, like somebody's smoking a pipe or smoking tobacco of some kind. But Ragnar, you catch the smell very easily because you know of tobacco that many dwarves used to have and stuff, and it actually has that sort of a scent to it, very familiar to you. While you can't see anything in that distance, your nostrils definitely pick that up. Like I said, it's about 100 yards, give or take, into a little depression off to your left. You guys were kind of headed that way anyway, as the rocks are kind of guiding you. The formations of rocks are sort of determining where you guys go as far as going down and back up into the hills. But you were already heading in that general direction, but stopping for a second and looking, you do note that. What do you want to do?
Gonna head towards that direction, but kind of like stealthily.
Okay.
See if we could see who's over there.
Anybody want to?
Everybody.
Everybody, give me stealth checks, please, and then followed by a perception. So give me stealth first.
Okay, stealth.
Wait for me.
And perception.
We're wearing a lot of
Not
heavy
very
armor.
good for stealth.
I mean, you know.
All right, 1, 2,
Um,
39.
I can't. Rollo doesn't have a sheet yet. So I'll just simply roll this. Oh, he gets that advantage.
Well, I
That's
wasn't
good.
even worried about the owl. That's fine. All right, so let me. I'm gonna check something out here really quick. That's a pretty good roll there, Corbin. I mean, Nilo. No, was it Nilo? Who got the 28? Corbin? Oh, that was your perception.
20.
No, that was a stealth. Stealth was 28, perception the other one. Okay, so let's go 4 plus 7 plus 8. Dang. Plus 5. There you go. Plus 28. That helped. And I'm checking. Okay. What the heck? Oh, I'm an idiot. Okay. Let's try this again. Equals. Shit. Sorry. Hang on a second. Let me go 4 plus 7 plus 8 plus 5 plus 28 equals 5 equals. That's not bad. 17. Good. Your overall is a 17. All right. So as you guys begin to move closer, you notice what appears to be a Norker sitting on a rock, hidden partially by some shrubby bushes, and then you can make out the black dot of a cave opening.
I think we know what we're looking for.
What do you want to do?
Well,
It's probably a good place to observe the opening.
how many Norkers are there? Just the
Just,
one?
just the one sitting there.
Hey,
Does he look
Corbin.
any different than a normal Norker?
No.
In the
Does
credits,
maybe-
his name is
does
probably
anybody
something like
speak
Norker number 7.
Does anybody speak Norker?
I don't.
Not I.
No. Unfortunately not. I think it's best to just get rid of it real quick.
There's a way we can get him to. If we could like stake him out, maybe we could follow him into a secret way into the place.
Or he might be friendly.
That too.
What are we gonna do?
I doubt he's friendly.
Does he see us?
Apparently not. You guys snuck, and he's sort of sitting on a rock with his back to you, he's puffing on some kind of pipe or something.
Okay.
Anybody
So
have
do we
any
take him
smoke?
out, or do we observe? I think we should observe and see when the guard rotates out. You know.
Alright. That's actually not a bad idea. Check if it's a guard.
Does anybody have any smoke on them?
Yeah, who knows? Maybe he
No.
just came out for a bit of fresh air.
Probably bargain with them.
Ugh.
What kind of smoke is it?
It's tobacco. He's smoking a pipe.
Okay. Does this tobacco make them hungry? Because that can make food or something.
No.
It's not marijuana. It's tobacco.
Probably not that kind of tobacco. Maybe?
This is a silly question, but if I charm person, can we understand each other at that point?
No. They have to, in order for you to charm them, they need to be able to understand you.
And for a Norker, you'd have to use Charm Monster, I believe. I could be wrong, but I think it's Charm Monster for something like that.
I guess
believe
you're right,
the
'cause-
definition is humanoid.
Yeah.
If it has
I'm
Yeah.
not sure if Norker was humanoid or not.
They are.
So charm person should work on that unless
All right.
Yeah, because I was just thinking about using it and having him lead us where to go, but if I can't talk to him, then it kind of defeats the purpose.
do you or Tarikas have tongues or comprehend languages?
Looking, I got
I know how to make him communicate. He holds out his hand.
Hold on. The Goblin language, I believe they speak Goblin if I recall. The Goblin language, it doesn't that use the same script as Orc?
Not necessarily. Maybe similar, but they're different dialects.
Okay. So they wouldn't even use the same text
No.
then.
No.
perhaps I will send my spider over toward him.
Okay.
See
Oh, that's
how
a good
he-
idea. Scare him away to running to where maybe he can go.
It's only a tiny
that
spider.
way.
It's not like it's a big. It's like a
Yeah.
tarantula.
Yeah, or maybe get on him, crawl on his back, something like that.
Okay. If you want to do that, you can attempt that.
Yeah, just to hear and see what he's doing.
Okay. So give me a stealth check for your spider, please.
Okay. I don't think my spider was added.
Oh, yeah. I don't have well, we can do something like this.
I can pull up the stats and
Yeah, just roll a d20 and add the
okay. I'll roll 20. It's 20 right there. Oh, that's good. I'm sure he made it, but I will check. Let's see. Find familiar. Okay, where's the search button on this thing? Spells. All right, spider. And it says the spider. Okay. It's taking a while to load.
why is it trying to transform?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to use 5e tools and wait for this
What
to
it-
pop up.
Well, so the spider stealth, he gets a +2. I'm looking to see where do you add. Oh, yeah, where do you add the your animals to on your character sheet? Because it wouldn't let me do that. What I can do.
Last time you just simply made it an
Yeah.
extra
Yeah.
character sheet.
Yep, that's what I'm going to do right here.
Oh, there it is. Find familiar. Their stealth is +4.
Really,
Yes.
it's interesting. Let me.
Do they have advantage?
Oh yeah, it is
On
+4.
stealth?
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, no, because they get a bonus of +2, proficiency bonus on stealth. So yeah, it is +4. Sorry, their dex is a +2, but they get the additional +2 because of that.
Yeah. I just had to hover over the word spider and it shows the.
Yeah. All right, go ahead and roll 1d20 +4 for stealth.
I did. I rolled a 14.
I didn't see. Oh, there it is. Okay. Rolled a 14 +4 is 18. Yep.
Yeah.
All right. So you watch as your spider quickly crawls along the rocks and through the bramble bushes and whatnot, eventually creeping up the back of this of the Norker, crawling up its back. You can see he is sitting in a cave opening, and through the cave opening you can see a tunnel leading into darkness.
Okay. Am I able to see I don't know, a couple feet in?
Yeah, you can see the
yeah.
spider's vision's pretty good. You can see that it goes in at least 60 feet. And then it disappears in the darkness after that.
So it's just like a long hallway?
Yeah. It's like a
No other-
tunnel. It's not straight, though. It's like twisty-turny.
Okay. no other beings in there?
Oh, look at you. Sorry, man. Troy, I don't know what you're doing, man. I think I know what he's doing. Troy's trying to give me enough money so that we can go to a convention. But I appreciate it, man. As Cannonball's in the house, dropping subs on us. And I can never
I'd like a
focus.
minute.
I can never focus. Yeah, no, I tried to stop it. Hopefully I stopped it. But anyway, thanks, Troy. We definitely appreciate that. So what was your question? Sorry. What was your question, Trikas?
I was asking, were there any other humanoids?
You don't
like,
see any.
in the cave? He's
You
by
don't-
himself then?
He looks like he's by himself. He does, leaning up against the cave opening, there is a spear, so he looks like he's probably supposed to be on watch. But looks like he wanted to take a break.
All right,
Dude,
quickly,
dang, man. We got the hype train going. Thank you, kind sir. I don't know what else I can say. So that means Troy just dropped 1,000 bits. So that means that is 5 advantages, and I definitely appreciate. I haven't had a hype train in a while, man. It's all you, dude. All you. So that means everybody now has another advantage. So Corbin, you now have 1. Hygel, you have 3. Nilo, you have 3. Ragnar, you have 3, and Tarikas, you
geez.
have 5. So you guys have advantage. Dude, man, that is amazingly awesome.
Thank you very
And-
much.
And if you guys don't know Cannonball, you need to get over to the Discord for Greyhawk, the only one that anybody should ever have to go to when it comes at check
he
out
has
the
his own, too.
Yeah, I haven't been to Troy's server, but I'm always all over the Cannon Fire one. So, guys need to go check out Cannon Fire if you're into Greyhawk, or go find Troy's Discord. Somebody needs to give Troy a shout out. Cannonballpublishing.com. He's got a lot of great stuff, man. I'm telling you, you gotta say, hang on. I almost hit the ban, man. I don't know why would I do that. Let's see if we can give a shout out. There we go. I did it. My stream deck works. My stream deck. Yeah, I almost hit the ban Troy instead of shout out Troy. That'd be kind of funny. It's like, what did he do to deserve banning? He freaking gave me 5 subs and interrupted my game. That's what he did. It's all right, though. I appreciate it, Troy. And I will get back to you about that, about what you asked me earlier, man. That definitely sounds interesting and fun, to be honest with you. Because you're right. I've never been. I need to talk my son into going with me, so we'll see what happens. So, anyway, there's a convention going on in Philly in January, and he was asking me about going. Trying to
We need
get
go
a
to Gen Con.
trying to get a table for a group of us. But I don't want to interrupt the game. I don't want to sidetrack us too much. I have dropped your spider and Raldo. I don't know if you want to give your spider a name, but I am now configuring ownership. And Corvus, you are the owner.
You'll be named Rapunzel of Naples.
Whatever. But I am now in the PC area where the tokens are. You now are the owner of said spider. So you can check it out.
Damn.
Anyway, why is... Oh, I thought Raldo was in there, so let me drop him in there. There we go. Now Raldo's in there. Okay, cool. So, be that as it may, let's get back to where we were, since we were so amazingly interrupted by Troy. Thanks, brother. Thanks again, man. That's like 15 subs you've dropped on me in like 3 days, 4 days, a week, whatever. It was awesome. So, you can see into your spider's eyes viewed into the darkness, and you can see the tunnel leading in for at least 60 feet. It is a natural twisting tunnel, probably naturally formed during volcanic times or whatever, but it definitely leads into the mountainside, and on the other side of the mountain, you do know that somewhere on the other side of the mountain, you can't see it from here, but on the other side of the mountain, roughly where you guys are, you know that the temple probably lies. But there is no other Norker in the vicinity. You can see that he's peacefully smoking his pipe, and there is his spear is leaning up against the cave opening. And as I said, you guys are probably maybe a few 100 feet away from this Norker. What do we want to do?
Oh, I'm gonna have my spider go in the cave really quick, like to see if there's anybody else, like right there, like
Okay.
right at the entrance. And if not, quickly run back. And while all that's happening, I'm either gonna tell the party, whispering that he looks to be alone, or he looks to be alone with 200 of them right outside the doorway.
Okay. As your spider crawls in, he goes down the tunnel about 40 feet or so, and about 60 feet, 70 feet in, sort of leaning up against the wall or sitting on a wall leaning up against it, looks like he's partially dozing, is another Norker.
Okay. He's running back out.
All right. Go ahead and give me another stealth check, please.
I don't want to listen to his metal boots.
I
That cartoon sound with the drum.
love it.
All right. I can't find the thing. I guess I have to log out and log back in to see it. But
No, that's fine. You just have to
So I have
plus
7.
4. You got a 7. All right.
So they did hear the metal.
Let me see. All right. So the Norker looks right at your spider as it's crawling, and it reaches its hand up. And where is it? There.
There it is.
Bam! Slams right on top of your spider, sending it back to the Fey world from which you brought it. Your spider, poof, disappears as he crushes it with his hand. Unfortunately,
Nice.
he spotted you on the way out. Say again?
Don't I suffer damage for that, or is
No,
that...
no, that's first edition.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, I go, oh. Well, there's one in there, and this might be the lone guy. So
There's one where?
there's one in there quite a ways, and he looks to be kind of asleep. And then this guy.
Okay. Gotcha. All right, what do we want to do? As Tarikas informs you guys that you have the smoker, and then there's another guy a distance inside the cave tunnel, which you now realize goes pretty far into...
It was 60 foot into the tunnel, right?
about 40, about 60 or 70 feet into the tunnel, yeah. Sorry.
Okay. I would recommend we just break for this. Ragnar take care of the one in the front, and I'll charge the one in the back and try to grab him.
I'm surprised you guys don't just want to shoot him at range.
That's
Well-
what I was thinking too. Let's just take him out, and then we can move in and take out the other guy.
Why don't we just
60 foot is not that far, and I'm worried about the other one hearing us and then running off to go get somebody.
could cast a whole person?
Norkers aren't exactly that strong, Ilo. If you want to sneak up on them, though, me and you are not going to do that.
No, but a whole person can hold him
A magic missile can kill them.
if he dies with one hit.
All right, we'll try that then.
What are we doing?
Looks like Ragnar will definitely charge in to try to block off the actual cave so they can't just run to it and get away. But the rest of them seem to be taking range attacks.
I will magic missile the one in the back. That's 120 feet. I can probably. Is it a winding or is it straight?
No, it's a winding. That's what I said. You can't
Oh.
even. It's like 70 feet inside the tunnel is where the second
gotcha,
one
gotcha,
is.
okay.
The first one sitting outside in the scrub brush, partially covered by the foliage that surrounds. It's like somebody, they're hiding the cave opening
Yeah.
with brush,
Okay, so if
right?
that's the case, then no, we'll just have to kill this guy quietly and swiftly and quietly. All right, so we all just open up with range shots on him then.
All right. As you guys go to step in, I just have this on the map so you guys can use it as a combat sort of a deal.
If they're not aware of us, then the attack is at advantage, right?
If you're attacking from stealth, it's an advantage.
Yeah. Everybody go ahead and roll for initiative for me, please.
Could have been a command spell.
I want to try to avoid magic because magic is loud.
Some of it can be.
I'm gonna say, what kind of fighter are you? Don't you have a bow?
Yeah, no, I'm using my bow instead because I don't want to cast magic missile and tell the guy that's only 60 foot down the tunnel that my voice will echo down that we're there.
All right. So, as this Norkard has no clue that you guys are coming, Corbin, go ahead and the first one, the closest one to you is the one that's in the cave opening. This other guy is like way down the tunnel.
I'm going for the one in the cave opening.
Yep. So you can.
Let's see here. Move that so I can actually target him. That's this guy, right?
That is correct.
Just to make sure. Don't want to target the wrong one. Okay, and I will attack him with my bow. I get advantage because of assassinate. Hang on. Quick equipment. Come on.
Natural 20.
Oh.
Nice. Nicely
There
done.
we go.
I like it. I should use my nat 1 to take that away, but I won't.
All right, let's roll for some damage now. And it is a critical hit.
Yep. Nice.
Oh,
Nicely
there we
done.
go.
As your arrow slices through the air, blasting through the cover that he has, catching him right in the neck. As it knocks him down, he sort of stands up and gurgles, dropping his pipe. But he is
That's
not
what he
dead.
did.
But he is not dead. Ragnar,
All right.
you're about 100 feet away, Ragnar.
I'm just gonna run towards them. That's only 60 feet, though. Can
Yep.
you show me where?
Yeah, so technically your guys aren't in the tunnel. You're still outside, but I had this set up, so I'm just using it for combat purposes. But technically you're
Yeah,
still outside.
Can you just put me where you think appropriate? You can run 60 feet, but you can't make that distance in one turn.
Well, yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying is, so
Yeah.
you're actually, technically, you're still off this map, right? In a technical sense, because you guys are all off the map right now outside. I just didn't have an outside map to use, so I had this one set up with the two Norkers. Because if you guys had come from inside the temple, you would have come this way and you would have seen them in this tunnel here. But anyway, crud, I didn't want that. Oh well. Anyway, so I'm just going to keep you at the edge of this map, because that's 5, 10, 15, 20. That's about 30 feet away, so that's good. So I'm going to put you right here at the edge of the map where you are. So, all right. So that is you. Tarikas, you're still about 100 feet away as well. I'm just going to put you up there with Ragnar, unless you want to move 30 feet and try to cast a spell. But he's about 70 feet away.
No, I'm gonna move up as quickly as I can
Okay.
without dashing, and then I'm gonna use my crossbow.
Okay, so you've moved up 30 feet. Go ahead and let you target the... I'm going to move him over so you can actually see him to target him.
Yeah, I can't. Just to let you know, I just see my token. Everything's black.
Oh, it's because you're human and it's dark. So let me do...
His grip flow might be off for this situation to try
Yeah.
to maintain.
That's right. I'm going to do this just because do. And let's give us a little light here. Drop that down a little.
Was that him? I don't want to target a friendly.
And he's right there. That's him.
Okay, I targeted the right guy.
Yep.
Okay. There goes the crossbow. See, was it worth it to pick up this crossbow?
Another crit. Go ahead and roll damage. Make sure you select critical. Nice. As the creature stands up with this arrow in its neck, dropping its pipe, wondering what's going on, you quickly move up, take aim with your new crossbow. With your new crossbow, immediately striking the creature, dropping it where it stands. As that Norker no longer is eligible for combat. And that leaves us as you guys now approach the cavern opening. You guys find yourself in this twisting, turning tunnel. Moving inside, you get about 60 feet or so when you come across another Norker sleeping and quickly dispatch him as he is sound asleep. You now find yourselves standing in a dark, twisting black tunnel that leads deeper into the mountain.
All right. Well, I'm going to go into my bag of holding.
Okay.
And I'm going to pull out my lantern of revealing.
Okay.
Which, never mind. I forgot this takes oil.
You don't have oil?
A lantern?
I don't need a lamp.
So I forgot, what were you guys got those from? Where? That I'm trying to think.
I do not remember where we got this from. I know they when we divided up, I was the one that ended up getting the lantern of revealing. It was not the lantern.
Right.
No, I ended up having a lantern. It wasn't, but it might have been revealing. It was the one that had the light that lasts forever.
Well, that was
that was a drift globe.
Yeah, that was a drift globe. You should still have that. That's one of your items.
We got that back when we right before I died. Well, before I got petrified. The venture before that.
Yeah.
The idea is that I thought this also revealed traps, but it doesn't. So yeah, I'm not worried about it at that point.
That healed us. Remember the bed that healed us?
Yeah.
It was around that adventure.
All right. Well, I will lead the way in with my dagger and shield out.
All right. So you enter into the hallway or into the tunnel. It begins twisting and turning going deeper into the mountain. It gets narrow as you guys begin to move in. And after several hundred feet of travel, you can no longer feel the breeze from outside. The air has become more stagnant and stale as you work your way into the mountains as opposed to outside where the fresh air is. Eventually, it begins to widen out. Right where you are here, Nilo, about 10 feet in front of you, maybe 15 or so, you can see that there's a small, it widens into sort of like a cave, but it immediately widens into a much larger cave beyond that. But right here in the small cave where you are right now, Nilo, you can see that there are several small boulders that are stacked, like very precisely and neatly, right about there. Anybody else going to follow him in, or
Out this way at all?
what's that?
Are there any targets out this way at all?
No.
Is it this little stack right here, Mike? Is it looks like this exact pattern all over the, or is it
Is
it stacked kind of like this specifically? Or?
Yeah, it's actually where you're at. They don't show it on the map here, but you can see there's a bunch of boulders stacked very neatly. As in fact, it looks like boulders just good enough size for a giant to grab a hold of and throw at somebody.
Right. Okay.
Give
So
me
before I go
a.
any further,
Mhm, Go ahead.
what? Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I'm going to take a stealth check
Okay.
because I feel like I'm going to need that.
Okay.
Where's my rolls here? There. I'll use my advantage. One of my advantages on that.
Okay. You shoot 2.
You know what? An 11 it is.
Okay. All right. So you can see that the cavern widens significantly leading ahead. And kind of let me get a little bit of a description here, if I may. You can, as you move your way into the mouth of this large cave, you can tell just by the echoes of, there's like some bats flitting around inside here. Sounds like there may be some rats kicking some rocks around here. It definitely seems that this place is easily, 5, 6, 10,000 square feet in size. It's extremely large. You can barely see the ceiling, which is about 40 feet above. So as you, right about where you are here, Nilo, it actually sort of, as it opens into this cavern, the ceiling just sort of sweeps away really high. So the tunnel you guys have been walking in is about, 8,
You're
9
breaking
feet.
up really bad.
Am I?
Yeah.
Am I breaking up for anybody else? Because my interwebs say that I'm.
Yes.
Every once in a while, you kind of cut out for a quick second, but I usually hear you pretty fine.
I wonder if it's just because of me turning my head to the mic or something like that. Am I still breaking up?
There was a
That's not-
small little hiccup in the middle of that, but not as significant as it was when you were giving the spiel.
I
Like when you were
don't-
talking about the top of the cavern, you cut out.
Okay, so from where you guys are, this tunnel that you have been walking in has been about 8 to 10 feet tall. A little taller. Well, let's say it's actually at about 20 feet tall. But it's fairly narrow, but it's wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side down, right? But it's still narrow in comparison to where you are. As you guys exit from where you're at, you see this large pile of boulders stacked to one side, and the roof that you've been feeling more than seeing. You know how you walk in the dark sometimes? You can almost tell how tall the ceiling is. You don't really see it, but you just almost sense it's there. You immediately sense this wide open space, and the ceiling just, or the walls just sort of whoop, rise up, and from your guesstimation and your infravision, night vision, whatever you want to call it, lets you know that the ceiling in here is probably about 40 feet tall. From your vantage point, you're not 100% sure if there are other exits. However, there do look to be exits maybe to the south, and you think there might be one all the way across the chasm, or all the way across the chamber itself. Did that come across okay? Were you able to hear all that?
That came across just fine.
Good.
All right.
It's probably because I kind of turn my head sometimes and I don't talk into the
Got it.
mic.
All right. So I don't see anything. I don't see any people in this room. No humanoids, no orcas, no nothing.
That is correct.
Okay. No, just for.
Anybody else going to join Nilo up in there, or you guys all going to stay back in the tunnel?
Just for
I'll
security's
stay
sake.
back for now.
All right.
Rallo
Yeah,
will
I can't
give
see,
me a subpar perception check. He's on my
Okay.
shoulder.
Okay. As you begin to move into the chamber, you can see toward the middle of the cavern. Well, first of all, you come to realize that how big this cavern is. It's probably about 200 feet long, maybe half as wide, maybe 100 feet wide. So it is rather large. The floor here, as you look, even though it is natural stone mostly, it looks like at one point somebody was trying to flatten it, smooth it, and level it out. Almost like an unfinished job, right? What's most interesting is you see this cavern does have a couple of small stalactites and stalagmites in it, a couple poking up from the floor, a couple poking from the ceiling, but nothing on the scale that you've seen before, like when you were in Igwil's caverns. However, smack dab in the middle of the cavern, you can see this huge black stalactite or stalagmite. It's sticking up from the ground, poking up. Interestingly, even from here in this dark cavern, you can tell that it is a highly polished stalagmite.
Oh, okay. That looks somewhat important. And what about the? Is that a golem or a giant?
Where? Oh, you can't see that far. It's too far for you to see. You might be able to see it on the map, but you can't see that far.
Can I ritual cast detect magic?
My vision isn't set to distance.
What is your range of your vision?
Beach. I have 120 feet dark vision.
Oh, then maybe you can't see it. Let me see what the range is there really quick. Oops. Let's try this again. Okay, there she is. God damn it.
That's right at 120.
Yeah, 115. So yes, you can see a motionless figure stands about 8 to 10 feet tall in the middle of the hallway down there. It looks to be a statue, but you can't really tell from this distance.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. I just noticed a statue in the middle of the walkway.
Yep.
And I see.
And interestingly, where that south exit is, you can see it actually looks to be worked stone. Right before it, the floor, still made of black stone, is highly polished. Very
Yeah, I
similar,
see that.
very similar to what you saw on the when you went down and met up with the giants and everything down below. The floor is extremely highly polished. What are we
Is it
doing?
slippery polished or?
Can't tell.
Probably
You're not over there.
Okay, so here's what I found. Wide open cavern, highly polished stalagmite in the middle. There is one exit straight across, leading into another chamber. I don't know how big that is. The rough hewn stone turns into polished black stone, into a bridge of some sort. There is a statue of some variety in the middle of the bridge.
It's not a
Honestly,
bridge. It's not a
considering-
bridge. It's
Oh.
it's a worked stone hallway.
Oh, my bad, hallway. Personally, I'm paranoid enough. I believe that is I believe that is some type of golem, but that's just my paranoia. I believe there is another smaller alcove all the way across on the left side, but I couldn't really get a good look.
Should we go check that one out
Oh, we
first?
can join you back up there.
We should probably investigate the stalagmite.
Yeah, just make sure you're aware that there is a large statue in the hallway, and it's just really weirdly placed. It rubs me wrong.
Let's stay away from that for now.
Yeah, I hope it stays away from us too. All right then.
Mm-hmm. I want to keep an eye open to make sure that none of these stalagmites or stalactites move.
That happened to you guys too.
Yeah, I hope there's no ropers in here.
All right. So you guys are moving back into the tunnel.
I'm a gloom stalker. Things like this happen.
All right. So you three are staying back down on your side, and Nilo and Ragnar are off on their own exploring.
No, I just can't. I can't move because I don't see nothing. It's all black from where I'm at.
I'm gonna join them
Like
as
the-
well too, because I want to detect magic and see if I can sense anything coming from the stone.
Does he have the ability to activate his own drift globe?
He should.
All right.
Look in your inventory there, Monkey, and see if you can use the drift globe.
Drift globe, inventory, no drift globe. Just a candle.
Huh.
Just put
Well,
light
hang
on
on.
me.
I'll get it. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to give you a drift globe. We're going to do this right. You guys are going to have to learn. And that's just it, though. This is a completely dark place. You are human. It's the reason you can't see anything is because you're human and you have no
Yeah, I
infravision,
get that.
dark vision. Yeah. So if you guys have to use torches or cast light or whatever,
Can't light right now.
I cast light.
The silly humans needing light.
Clearly a racial problem.
yep.
Got it on me.
All right. Can you see now?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Cool.
Well, not really. I see, but it's all dark.
Yeah, that's kind of how it's supposed to be, I guess. Sort of a
60 feet.
hang on a second. Let me see. It may be let me see. The light spell should be I think it's like a torch. It's 40 feet and then 20 feet.
It's
So
40 feet total, 20 bright. The first 20 is bright, which I should be able to see everything, and then the 20 dim, which is like fog of war. Well, not fog of war, but between fog of war and light. I can't see it.
yeah, hang on just a second. I'm gonna go back and try this here again. All right. Light, is that a first level spell? Or is it cantrip?
Yeah.
No, it's a cantrip. Okay. All right, so I'm going to do this again because for some reason it says place or remove light. Can you see now?
Yeah.
Cool. All right, so now you got the light on you. I think we're good.
I'm gonna throw some soup and breadsticks in.
All right.
No,
All right.
it doesn't work.
Seriously?
And I was only able to go this far, and it's all black now.
Oh, for some reason it didn't stay on you. All right, so we'll just do this.
I casted it on the token, the moving token.
Yeah, so I'm going to do this. And it is 20.
I'll go back to where I'm at.
And that. Oh my God. And no, it's not your fault. It's like I was trying to click on something, and every time I go to move my token, the pop-up would disappear, and I have to click it again. How's that? There we go.
Yeah, that's it. That maps it out. Okay.
All right, cool. All right. Now we can move this thing along. Oh my God, the mechanics of the game make shit so hard sometimes. All right. So you cast the light upon yourself as you step in and you can see your companions. What about Corvin and Hydley? You guys are still over there in the corner. Just gonna hang out.
I guess I'm following.
Okay.
Yeah, I said I wanted to follow with them, but I don't know if anyone heard me.
So move your
I
token.
didn't hear you.
Yeah.
Sorry.
We have to move our tokens to stay around. So, as I said, as you guys move to the center of the cavern, you realize that this cavern itself is probably about 200 feet in one direction, and about a little over half of that is wide north and south. The floor itself, as I said, it looks to be kind of smoothed over, as if somebody was trying to either flatten it or there used to be at one time heavy traffic through this region. You can see that this black stone juts up from the middle of the floor. At first you thought it was a stalagmite, but as you approach, you can see that it is a stone that stands about maybe 10 feet high. Looks like a stalagmite at first, but as you get closer, you realize that it is a highly polished black piece of rock that sticks in the ground, and over time the drippings from the ceiling have dripped on it, sort of running down the front of it, sort of kind of glazed itself with all these mineral deposits and whatnot. You can see to the south a rather wide hall. It is not natural. It looks to be man-made or dwarf-made or whatever, but it's worked stone. And the floor takes on a tiled, almost like a tiled appearance, but it's highly polished black stone that leads to the south. Off to the east, you can see there's an alcove as well as what looks to be an entry into another chamber. What's the plan,
Can you
fellas?
take a look at that stone?
I could.
As you're walking, Hygel, you cast your detect magic. It gives you a good range of about 60 feet or so, but nothing that you have come across here. It's all natural work stone and rock. Nothing appears to have any magical properties associated with it.
Okay.
As I said, as
Any
you...
markings at all on it, or
It's not. It's just sort of a smooth column of stone that's jutting up from the ground. And like I said, it looks like over time, mineral deposits like water and stuff, like a true stalagmite or stalactite, have dripped on it and kind of run down, leaving the mineral deposits running through the front of it.
No, that's been here for a while.
It has.
Yeah.
You can tell it's been here for quite a while.
I keep my eye on that statue the entire time, but most of the time, by the way.
Okay, give me
I
a perception
just
check.
look at it. Ooh. Yep. Because I don't trust that thing. I am paranoid. I've been hit by that one too many times.
All right. Yep.
Clearly. I
Looks
am
looks like it
really
is a
fixated on it.
it is a solid stone rock to you. Doesn't look like it's moved at all.
Well, that's good. I'll let the people who are smarter handle the odd thing here.
I will
What?
analyze the stone. in
Okay. What?
question.
All right.
You would like for me to roll a?
What are you doing? How are you examining?
I will examine to see if it's examinable by religion or arcane nature or something.
Okay.
Or history or something. However
So if
Yeah,
it's gonna be, you can give me an investigation or a history check.
Okay.
So investigating it, it doesn't look anything more than what I've described. It looks to be a highly polished black rock. It is interesting that this highly polished black rock sits stuck in the floor of a entire temple edifice, whatever this thing is, that seems to be built out of black rock. But it doesn't seem to be strange or anything other than that.
perhaps we should cover it or break it.
Breaking it sounds kind of fun.
Maybe it's a onyx or some expensive jewel.
Maybe.
Whatever that. What was that black stone from lava? What's it called? Obsidian. Perhaps it's obsidian.
Whatever you guys want to
I'll
do.
be the first.
What are you doing?
I'm going to pull out let's see, a bolt
Okay.
and chip away at it to see if it can be scratched or chipped.
Okay. Give me a dexterity saving throw, please. DC 13.
Okay.
So you begin chipping away with this bolt, sort of seeing if you can't get anything of value off of this rock. The as you're chipping though, the floor is like has rock on it and all this other stuff. And as you're chipping, you sort of take a step and you lose your balance for a second. And you sort of reach out as a reaction and you put your hand on the stone. As soon as you do, everything goes pitch black. Everybody's blind. Everybody roll a perception check, please.
Looks like I got back just in time.
I can't select any of the tokens.
So you may have to go to under actors
Okay.
to get to your token, because right now it is pitch black and everybody's blind.
I just
I
have
can
to
see.
see.
I can see
on
it's
my
just fine
keyboard.
within 10 feet. I'm always blind.
Well, that's true. So you can actually still sense and see everything. However, as you guys are like sitting there and everything is pitch black for a second, suddenly the blackness actually begins to fade just a little bit. And you can tell that it's still as pitch black as it ever was, but you guys begin to actually like see in the dark. Ragnar, you can actually see 60 or 70 feet into the dark. It is no longer limiting you at the 10 feet that you have long become accustomed to. In fact, Ragnar, give me a wisdom saving throw, DC 10, please.
Oh God.
Develop a case of the shittings.
So you immediately sort of get your composure as this strange feeling is sweeping over you, but the rest of you, as you look around, it's almost as if you are a night animal able to see in the pitch black. You can almost see movement. Something is moving. You're not sure where or you're not sure what it is, but far off to the east in that chamber on the other side, you swear there's something moving. It's almost as if you can feel its presence. Whatever Zadkiel did by touching this stone, it completely took away your sight, but it immediately has heightened all of your other senses. And then suddenly everything fades back the way it was. Ragnar, you can no longer see farther than 10 feet. Everybody else can see their norm. And you feel this sort of sticky sweat. And as you like sort of touch, you can feel that your body is like covered in sweat almost. And it's like dried already. It's already beginning to dry and sort of giving you that ucky, sticky feeling in your armor. But Tarikas, you see that the bolt that you were trying to chip with has snapped in half, as you didn't even realize it, as all this happened so quickly. More than anybody, you feel shaken to your soul, Tarikas, as you felt this evil presence invading your body, taking over your mind and making you see what it wanted you to see before it finally released its hold on you. And when it did that, your hand just sort of gripped the shaft of that arrow, and it literally snapped it in half. So powerful was the feeling of dread. It was almost, dare I say, euphoric in your feeling. As much as it hurt you and as much as it was a gut punch to you, it was at the same time almost euphoric in that it's almost like an addiction feeling, right? Like a modern day addiction. And this is the same for everybody, just a little more intense with Tarikas because of his affinity with St. Cuthbert and being such a goody-goody. But you all have this sort of feeling of sort of hideous euphoria, like fearful euphoria. You know what I mean? It's kind of one of those things where, wow, I wonder if I should touch it again, you know? And in doing so, I need everybody to give me a DC 10 wisdom saving throw, except Tarikas. Tarikas has already done his.
What about me?
No, you
Like
need
me
another
in the
one.
rest-
You,
Like in that
Ragnar,
rest area.
yeah, everybody needs to do one except for Tarikas, and that does include you, Ragnar, because that previous one was for something a little different.
Let's say what's it again? Wisdom? There it
Wisdom
is. Okay.
saving throw, please.
I am not great at these.
That's all right. But
I don't like that. That usually causes issues. I'll roll it again.
okay. There you go. That's
Yep.
even better.
Yep.
All
Thank
right.
you. I don't remember who gave me the that second
That was-
advantage, but thank you.
Yep, Paul gave you one. All right,
Well, I
so
have 3.
well, no, I think about, yeah. So, Yeah, so now you're down to 1 because you used 2.
Yep.
Yeah,
I know the
so
last one was today.
yeah. So, but anyway, yeah, everybody got one from Troy earlier. So you all find yourselves as you sort of fade back to normal, if you will. Your vision went completely black. Then it sort of faded so you could see in darkness almost. Then your vision allowed you to see things you're not really sure you were supposed to see or you weren't normally able to see. And now it's back to normal, and you guys get the feeling like, ooh, that was pretty badass. I want to try it again. But you managed to prevent yourself from reaching out and touching the stone once again.
Is there like skeletons around this stone that we did not notice?
There are not. It is plain rock. It is a plain cavern, if you will. Just, you can tell that even though it's a natural cavern, it looks like somebody at one time was trying to smooth it out. So yeah.
Yeah,
Please
their
stop touching
rimroll
the rock.
colony never finished.
Yep. It's almost, as you can see down to the south where the real highly polished hallway is. Imagine it looks like they stopped, like the hallway was going to be coming into this area to be polished off as well, but it never got that far. So, not really sure. Cool.
I think we should keep moving forward.
I tell the party about the evil I felt, or the despair I felt.
Okay.
The dread.
Well,
Yeah.
that ain't
I
good.
believe this is an evil place.
I think all of you kind of sensed something similar, but just not to the extent that Tarikas went through.
Well, yes, it's evil. It belongs to the destroyer.
Yes.
Yeah, this remember this temple belongs to the god that all the other gods got together to beat down. It's
Yep.
very much evil. Everything in this temple is evil.
Yes.
No one's talking
perhaps
to you, Kane.
we should bless it.
All right.
But if we're going to continue, we should probably continue across way. She points to the tunnel on the that was on the far side, not the smooth. Get out! Not the smooth stone one.
Okay. So you guys begin to move your way to the east. As you recall, as you just briefly were able to see something in that enhanced or strangely provided vision that you guys had. You move your way in that direction, but we're going to have to wait till we come back to decide what's there. We'll be back in a couple minutes. Hopefully you guys are going to be hanging out with us and until we come back. Until then, we are going to enjoy the smooth, silky sounds of our very own monkey boogers, hopefully. If I can get it. Oh, gosh darn it. Let me see. So, my mic's working, but for some reason, monkey's music isn't. Let me go to monkey music. Let us entertain you. This is kind of embarrassing. All right, so let me interact. And there we go. Hopefully. Hey, look at there. Guess I got to push the start button. Anyway, we'll be back in about 15 minutes. Yeah, we'll be back in about 15 minutes. Hopefully you guys will be with us, and I appreciate all the love and attention you have shown us thus far. We'll be back in a few. Thanks.
Perfect. I gotta make dinner. I'll be ready in a couple minutes. What's a little brat? Bow, 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 bow.
If nursing is your calling, Grand Canyon University has a path for you. If you're in school, in healthcare, or changing careers, GCU has a path for you through our accelerated Bachelor of Science in Nursing program. Take prerequisites on campus or online, then gain first-hand experience in one of our convenient skills labs, including our new learning site in Lake Mary near Orlando to prepare for the licensure exam. Find your purpose at GCU. Visit gcu.edu/absn.
All this should be ready.
I'm back.
Oh.
What happened when you touched the stone, by the way?
It's a secret.
I had to go use the bathroom. I had to go use the bathroom when it happened. But I all I know is like our vision was changed a little bit.
I felt dreaded. We all went blind.
Okay, so everyone went blind. You mentioned that we could see something in the other tunnel.
Yes.
Oh,
I
okay.
think that's the way we're supposed to go.
Gotcha. Okay. Oh,
There we go.
Unless you want to deal with that statue to the south,
No.
which
No,
I'd
no, no,
rather
I'm-
avoid for the moment.
I'm perfectly fine not dealing with another golem after the last one killed me.
I'm sure it just activated it.
Yeah,
Just so
like
you
the
know,
movie Jason
I
the
just turned on
Argonauts,
the I turned on the drift globe. I gave it to Monkey and I turned it on.
I watched the movie Jason the Argonauts when I was a kid, and ever since then, the idea of a golem has, earned a bit of respect for me.
Here, I got it.
We know emergencies can happen anytime, anywhere. With ER locations from coast to coast in Florida, Orlando Health is ready to provide expert care if you're facing one. And in the Narcoossee and Avalon areas, when you choose Orlando Health Emergency Room Randall Park, you'll find a place where chaos meets calm and uncertainty finds answers, giving you more reasons to choose well. To learn more about our high-quality emergency services in Orange County, visit orlandohealth.com/ER.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with a Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for
Anybody
details.
ever here play Baldur's Gate 3?
No.
I
A
have.
little bit, but I haven't gotten very deep into the story. The thing I don't like about things like Baldur's 3 is you play through it, you know everything. And then you're basically metagaming.
Well,
There's no variance.
to be fair, there is certain variants with a bunch of quests and dialogue and stuff like that, but in terms of the main story, it's not going to change significantly. I mean,
I wish they would have done like they did with Neverwinter Nights, where people could make their own modules and stuff. I think that would have been a much better.
oh yeah, like the actual like game, the engine, like the tools would be really nice to make all sorts of stuff. I think Valerian's done that with I think it's called Divinity.
Well, unfortunately, Wizards of the Coast kind of screwed their relationship with them, so they're not going to do that.
No, Wizards in general is screwing their relationships with a lot of company, like a lot of people producing content for D&D. Like Critical Role is moving to their own system. It looks like even now, which is one of their most marketed tools, basically for 5e.
So they've taken their two biggest sources of income and flushed it down the toilet. Bravo.
I'm a 40k fan. I'm used to this.
I use a mod, and it's actually probably up to 12 characters or 16 characters.
It's hilarious.
And we are back. And we are back as we discuss the future of Dungeons and Dragons, but that's okay. We're gonna leave it to the experts. To recap, as our party eventually made their way into a back channel tunnel that led into this large cavern, they managed to dispatch a couple of guard Norkers, and now they find themselves in this massive cavern. The ceiling height is probably 40-ish feet tall. The cavern itself is like close to 200 feet long and almost as wide, about a little over half as wide. But most interestingly was this large black rock that's just jutting out from the middle of the floor. At first they thought it was a stalagmite, but now they realized it was just a highly polished piece of black stone that had mineral deposits all over it, as over the centuries or however long it's been here, the roof has dripped upon it, leaving, like I said, just like a true stalagmite or stalactite. But
Blackstone Fortress is menacing.
however, because this party has to believe that everything must be destroyed and broken and touched and done something with, it can't just be purely for decorative reasons. We must do something to it. They began poking and prodding at it, trying to break it up to see like maybe it was some obsidian or they could take some treasure with them. However, Tarikas, in his effort, managed to step on some loose rocks. He slipped, put his hand to the stone, and suddenly everything went pitch black for everybody, as everybody was instantly blinded by whatever surge of magical energy emanated from this rock, if it was magic. But all you knew was that you were completely void of any sight. A few moments later, it began to dim slightly as your vision didn't really come back, but more along the lines of you were able to see through the piercing black darkness. You felt this strange, incredible sensations as you did so, and in fact, as you looked around, you could almost thought you saw something or someone or whatever in the eastern part of the cavern. There's another exit leading into another cavern on that side. You swear that there was something there, but you're unsure what it was. And so it lasted for maybe 30 seconds, if that much, but suddenly Tarikas managed to pull his hand away and everybody's sight came back, but it left you with a strange, eerie sensation of both terror, as if your entire soul was being devoured and ripped apart, while at the same time euphoria at having been chosen to be devoured and destroyed in such a manner. It's just one of those weird kind of twists of like, oh, you got your peanut butter in my chocolate. Well, you got your chocolate in my peanut butter, right? So it's like one of those twisty turned kind of feelings that you guys, it made you want to reach out and touch the stone again, but all of you somehow, some way resisted and have come to the conclusion that, yeah, at least not right now, you're not touching the stone again. But that is where we come back to as we delve further into this dungeon, dare I say, below the temple complex. What do we want to do now, my children?
We were headed eastward when we braked, but when I was using the bathroom, I heard someone mention that there was something that we saw or sensed over here.
Yeah, you swear that you saw something in that cavern, and it was interesting because you weren't looking to see it through the open doorway. You like physically, your eyes were physically looking at the entire cavern on the other side. So you could literally see everything in that cavern, and you swear you saw creatures in there, but you're not sure if that's true or not.
Well,
so
weapons out. Let's go. I don't want to deal with the statue, at least. Anyone else want to deal with the statue?
I don't feel exactly why we need to, but something's over there in the east. We should probably check that out first. You know, so it doesn't come up behind us.
Yeah. We would hate to get seventh partied.
What?
Okay. All right. You still with us, Josh?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. As you guys don't forget, if you've targeted yourself, don't forget to untarget yourself. So when you hit something, you don't do damage to yourself as well. Nilo, yeah, stop touching yourself. Stop hitting yourself. Nilo moves. As you get closer, you can see that there is some kind of a cavern on that side, Nilo. Oops. Let me have to get back to where I was in my descriptions, por favor. As you get closer, you can see that within that cavern, stacks of bones are inside. You can see that skulls are piled up against the far wall. Other bones are crisscrossed and interwoven in large heaps. You can see, even from this distance, some appear to be human, others humanoid, i.e. orcs and maybe ogres or something of the like. Demi-humans as well, halflings and elves and whatnot, as well as other monstrous type creatures. It's almost like Alien and Predator, right? So Predator's out there stacking skulls everywhere. There are so many bones in there, they actually look like they take up probably at least half the space in this area of this large cavern. As you look, all of the pieces of bone that are stacked everywhere, even the skulls and whatnot, appear to have gnaw marks on them, like bite marks on them, as if they were gnawed clean.
There is something that very much likes to chew on bones in that chamber.
Great, a new pet.
And there's a lot of bones in there.
There are a lot of bones.
Let's check it out.
All right.
I'd rather face a pile of bones than a golem.
Yep. So I'm not going in there alone.
chicken.
Oh wow! I think it's a new record.
What?
Monkey was the first one to move.
Not only that,
Sorry, Monkey.
not only that, I'm gonna go in first.
Oh! The man of the cloth goes in first.
I have my holy symbol out, and I'm
I
going
don't know how I did that.
Yeah, and I'm going to
I don't know what the flower said.
I'm gonna have my bow ready.
Okay.
and I'm going to cast let's see, 50 feet time action is to take his. Oh, never mind, I can't do that.
I'm also gonna look up.
Oh wow! Way to give me really bad flashbacks to the water temple, huh?
I take some holy water.
Okay.
I might get a little dab in my finger and sprinkle it on the first pile of bones.
It's
Okay.
something up there, I'm sure of it.
Oh, I can't move for some reason. I don't know.
Oh god, it's measles.
As you are standing there looking in, suddenly you hear a choking cry behind you. As a wire rope of some kind drops around Hygel's neck, jerking him up and lifting him up off of the floor. As you look, suddenly standing on a ledge above the doorway is a creature that you found that you guys have faced previously in a measle. These creatures that walk in shadow, they can literally jump from shadow to shadow.
Okay. Is this initiative time?
As it is going to be, as you are standing there looking and you watch as your friend is now dangling above the he's yanked up about 5 feet off the floor as this creature is bringing him up. Suddenly you feel something along your face, Corvin, and luckily your reaction is that you're able to flick it away as another one of these creatures appears right above you as it tried to garrot you as well, but fortunately you were able to get away. Yes, it is time for initiative, my friends.
Hey, that's a good roll.
Why is my not playing? Oh, that's why.
Wait, moss blot? I saw that right? I think I put moon blossom in my journal.
All right.
Let me double check that. No, it is moss blossom. We're good. Journal's right.
All right. As we go, as the first measle, as it missed with its garret attack. Let me see how we want to see how this do. I am going to bonus action hide. So I need you to give me a perception check, please, Corvin. You need to beat a 22.
Okay. Perception.
I got a quick question.
Yes.
Are they still holding the garret?
The one is. The one over here is.
Oh, this is the one that
Did
missed.
not do it.
Okay.
Yeah, the one up above Tarikas. It's actually up on a ledge about 15 feet up, and it's got the rope around. What is your Constitution bonus, Hygel?
The con?
Yeah, your con bonus. +2, +3, plus whatever.
+2.
+2, so you can hold your breath for 2 minutes. After that, you start to suffocate. As this thing has has the noose around your neck lifting off the floor. Anyway, they're about 15 feet up as of right now. But suddenly, it's so dark. It is dark in here, and even with your great vision, this creature disappears from your sight just ever so briefly, Corvin, and suddenly you find it right behind you as it attacks with advantage. A 21, as the creature has a blade in its hand, stabbing into Corvin. Corvin, you suffer 14 hit points of piercing damage as the measle does its thing. It's supposed to, sorry, it's not, I want to make sure that the, everything works mechanic-wise, so it's no longer 15 foot. So the one by Corvin is on the ground, the other one's still 15 feet up on a ledge. All right, Corvin. Oh, why did it not begin combat? I'm sorry. All right, Corvin, you're up.
Was this dungeon never tested for measles?
That's fine. That's hilarious.
All right, well, I don't think I can use a bow in close quarters.
That is correct, unless there's a feat that you can get that allows you to do so, but you can, but it's a disadvantage.
I just can't remember what the name of it is. I don't think I have it. Anyways, so I'll just switch to the short sword.
Okay.
And,
stab.
Yep, stabby stab time. And let me see here. Target. I was gonna go after the other one, but first things first, I suppose. Sorry, you're just gonna have to hang on.
Boo!
All right. So first round of combat, I get an advantage on attack.
Oh, I'm sorry. I made a mistake. All right, so first of all, let's take care of Corvin first. So Corvin, go ahead and do your damage.
Okay.
As you do 10 hit points of damage to the measle. Anything else for you?
That's it. Next
All right.
level, I'll be able to do more. But
All right.
yeah.
Cool. So this is not a suffocation thing. This is something different. So, first of all, Hygel was hit, and he suffered damage, and the target is now grappled. You need to give me. I'm going to apply this to you. So you are currently grappled. However, on your turn, Hygel, you give me a DC 13 strength or athletics or acrobatics check. No, I take it back. It has to be strength because afterwards. Anyway, you're grappled. I need a DC 13 in order to escape the garret. If you don't escape the garret, then at the end of the creature's turn, you suffer automatic damage to whatever, so it doesn't have to hit you again, right? So bottom line is I need a DC 13 strength check to beat the grapple on your turn. Make sense? Actually, that's a lie. Go ahead and give me an athletics or acrobatics, your choice, because you're supposed to get that when he first attacks you. So even though you took the damage, you may not be grappled. So go ahead and give me your choice, athletics or acrobatics, 13, and you failed, so you are grappled. So you get at the end of your turn, you get to attempt again. Only now it's only strength. It can't be athletics or acrobatics. It's only a strength check. It's a contested strength thing. So anyway, we'll get through it. I'll figure this out. It's a hard game to play. Ragnar, you can't really see this one up here on the ledge. It's out of your vision, but you can see the one that is behind Corbin. And to get there, that would be an extra 5 foot of movement for you to get there. So it'd be 15 to get there. Or either way, yeah. Either one is a 15 movement. So. And if you're talking, we don't hear you, but I see what you're doing.
And I can reach him from here?
Yeah, this one's on the ground. The other one is on a ledge.
Okay, I want to double check. I wasn't sure if he was above us and then trying to grab him, or
No.
if he was down here.
Yeah, so this one here by you, he tried to do the same thing to Corvin that the other one did to Hygel, but he missed. And that is a hit. As you do 6, as your second attack hits as well.
Just slap these guys down.
Nicely done. Another 10 hit points of damage. All right. As you have managed to wound that one pretty badly. Anything else for you?
That's it.
Nilo.
All right.
You see this Garrett down around Hygel, who's swinging off the ground, kicking his legs as he's grappled by this thing as it's pulling him up.
Yeah, I see him there. First, wait, nope, can't do that. I'm just gonna magic missile him.
Okay.
He takes 12 damage.
Well, so it doesn't give you the option to cast however many?
Because the way magic missile works, it just rolls them all together.
Yeah, no, that's what I would think it would roll all, but anyway, so you did 12?
Yeah, so I have the way magic missile works, you roll 1.
I know.
And that's the one that every single but it doesn't give you the option to do that.
Yeah, it's weird that I'm going to try something here. Maybe they fixed it. I'm going to put him back to his hit points, and I am going to apply. Yeah, it only took it off 1, so I don't know why it did it. So that's right. I'll take off the rest. Another 8 off of it, so that leaves him 20. Okay, cool. All right, is that it for Nilo?
Yep.
All right. Hygel. Hygel, you are grappled.
Yeah.
You are off the ground, so you can't move. Your movement 0, but you still can affect things like spells and whatnot.
Am I no longer grappled?
You do it at the end of your turn, but yeah, at the end of your turn, you'll no longer be grappled.
You said I can still cast?
Yeah, you can still cast.
Will it be a disadvantage if I try to shoot a firebolt at the one above me?
Nope. Just because you're grappled. Oh, actually, I take it back. You are grappled, so it would be disadvantage. Yeah. Sorry.
Okay. You said so it will be a disadvantage, right?
Yes. Oh, 18 still hits. Nice. That +9 definitely helps. Nicely done. 12 hit points of damage to it. All right, cool. Is that it for you? And you are no longer grappled, so if you want to move, if you wanted to move
out of his range, will he get an opportunity?
You're actually no, because you already dropped down. You're already 15 feet away. Cool. All right, is that it for you? That's it for you. Hi, Joel. Is that it for you? We lose you again, Josh?
Click him. Ignore this, please.
Apparently, we've lost Josh again. All right, that is his turn. It is now time.
It worked.
What?
I modified the attack roll to be 1d4 + 1 × 3.
Yeah, but that's the problem. Yeah, that's true. Never mind, that'll work. Okay. Yeah.
Assuming I put them all with the same person, which is the other reason why we didn't do that. But I usually am just gonna do that anyway.
That's fair.
Nope, there he goes.
Yeah, he's back. Yeah, he texted me and said that he's up. All right, cool. All right, so this is now the measles turn. As everybody give me a actually, no. It is going to poof. You guys watch as this thing as that one disappears. Poof, gone. Nowhere to be seen. Tarikas, you are up.
Okay. I'm going to be casting a spell
Okay.
in this area. And it is going to be the spell of...
Told it in.
which I speak of, which is daylight.
Oh. Okay.
Good call.
Sorry. Sports a habit.
You back with us, Josh? Working again? Yeah, we can't hear you if you're talking, man. Yeah,
Do you
see
hear me
you.
now?
There you go.
There
Right
it
back.
is.
It's something with my push to talk keys not working. It just like it's not working, so I had to
Yeah.
change it to open mic.
All right. Waiting on Tarikas. Because you know how those.
We're casting daylight, but it doesn't do anything.
Did it even show? Doesn't even show on the. So, what are you casting it off of your spell?
Yeah.
Okay. So if we go here.
It says daylight use. It says consume, place, measure,
Oh, no. So that. All right. So, sorry. That daylight is not a spell. That is from your globe. You can cast glow. You can cast daylight or light off of the globe. You can make it be daylight or you can make it be regular light. So if you want to make it daylight, we can definitely do that.
That actually might be good here.
So I will do that. The first thing you got to make sure is do consume use. Just say no, just uncheck it. Then I'm going to cast a spell. Where you want to center that point, highlight on the squares where you want to put the center of that. Right there. Poof. As Tarikas does his thing with his globe, it immediately begins to blaze like a burning sun. The measle hisses and tries to shield his eyes. Is that it for Tarikas?
I go, let there be light.
As it lights up and it floods the entire area here in light, along with the spilling out into the cavern complex there. The measle, as his turn comes up, you watch as he screeches and vanishes, teleports away. Before I do that, though, make sure anybody that's targeting him deselects the measle, because otherwise, whenever we do any combat here in the future, looks like you're still targeting him, Corvin.
Sorry, what's that?
Need to deselect the measle. You're still attacking him. There we go. Thank you. As he teleports away on the wings of what little shadow there is being cast by the light. But that being said, that brings us back out of combat.
Well,
We didn't kill him, but we drove him away. For now.
Measles. So what do I know about measles?
So if you remember, you guys actually, at the very beginning when you guys were investigating that village and that town, I believe it's in the journal notes.
I don't remember writing about measles.
I
Yeah,
barely remember even
yeah. It's
engaging
not on.
with these things.
Yeah, it was. You guys were as part of the search for the sturgeon blood. You guys went into some mines, and then you went to this village. You found that this village had long ago been destroyed, and you come to find out that the measles, where actually they affect people's minds, and they were driving people crazy and ended up killing each other. You guys were trying to return a
Right.
locket or a necklace to somebody that
Right.
was from that town. And when you guys went back to that town, you discovered that this influx of these other planar creatures had literally taken over the town and were living in the
Right.
mines. And you guys went and finally took them out. So yeah, that was like
Were
3 years
they
ago.
Fey or Shadow?
They're fey creatures that walk through in shadow. That's how they could teleport
Wait, are they
away.
from Shadowfell or are they Feywild?
No, that was way before any of that. It's just some plane of shadow. So there's no. I don't have a Shadowfell or a Feywild in my world. It is
I got a
just.
question for you.
Yep.
Since I traveled the Feylands in my background,
Right.
would I have any insight the rest of the party doesn't have on these?
They're definitely Fey-like creatures. Oops. They are definitely Fey-like creatures and whatnot. So whether or not you've had encounters with them specifically, probably, maybe. The fact that they're Fey, they're Fey just by their mannerisms and the vibe that they give off, there's some kind of Fey. But I would not necessarily, you might have insight to them, yes. But the party here actually found them, and they researched and actually learned about them, and there was all kinds of like lore that they found on them. So
That's good. Yeah.
yeah,
Considering my background, I had to ask the question.
no, that's a fair point. That is a very fair point. So, anyway, as we go back to reality, as you guys find yourself once again standing in this bone-ridden chamber, does not appear to be any other exits.
Should we look for treasure?
I don't see why not. Just keep your eyes open. Just keep your ears peeled and your eyes open.
Yeah, I don't know if they collect treasure or not, but there's a bunch of bones, so there might be something here.
Yep. So I guess it's investigation.
Yes. Anybody who wants a search,
right.
go ahead and give me investigation.
Since I'm getting help, do I take this at advantage?
Yeah, that's fine. Nice. So as you search around, you actually find several small gems sort of littered in and amongst the bones. And so let me do this just because. You find
Well, one's the good guys.
You find 16 small gems of various colorings, each one valued at 10 gold pieces. But what's more interesting, as you search this southern alcove down here, you actually see that there is a small fissure, probably about 1.5 feet wide, that it's like a crack in the wall. It's about 3 feet high, about, I don't know, 1.5 feet wide, and it sort of runs inward. And in your vision, about 15 feet in, you can see it expands open into a little, almost like a nest. And you can see several bags lying in there. One of them lying on its side with coins spilling out of it.
Hey, Igel.
Yes.
Are you hurt right now?
Mildly hurt, yes.
Mildly hurt. Okay, so I have a hole that's only big enough for you to get in, and there's a whole bunch bags. One of them I can see coin in.
I can get down there and grab those for you.
Yep. In the meantime, does
I got a
does he need a
suggestion.
rope? Does he need a rope to safely get down?
No, it's a horizontal walk.
I was going to suggest we tie a rope around his waist just in case we have to pull him back.
Yeah. Who pulls out the rope, starts to tie it on him. There you go.
Safety line.
All right.
And I'm gonna
If
go down
shit
and
really
grab
goes
them.
wrong, give it a tug.
Hmm.
3 tugs specifically.
All
Or
right.
if we start feeling erratic tugs, we'll just yank you out as well.
All
right.
Just yank until we pull you back.
Hygel carefully works his way through this rock. Even he has to turn sideways to work his way through, and you have to duck down a little bit in order to get in there. However, eventually you get to the open space. Inside you find 5 bags of coin. I hate when it does this to me. You find 5 bags of coin, Hygel. Each one with a different type of coin in it. The first one you find has 20 pieces of platinum in it. The second one has 100 gold coins. The third one has 10 pieces of electrum.
Ew.
The next one has 50 silver.
That'll pay for lodgings for a while.
And the last one has 100 copper.
Leave the electrum in there. We don't want to deal with that.
Nothing wrong with electrum.
Keep it. Even the copper. Keep it.
It's all mine.
We can just spend the copper and the electrum first when we get an inn or something.
There you go.
I put the notes in disc if anybody wants to help divvy it up.
Also, don't forget. Yeah. Also, don't forget, for everybody that doesn't know, if you look on the journal entry, so if you look on the right-hand side of the map or your VTT, at the top, the one right in the middle, it looks like an open book. It says journal. You click on it, and there's a thing that says party treasure. Click on party treasure, and you can see what treasure you guys found. All you have to do is add a page, label it where you found it, and then start putting the treasure in there, and that way we can keep track there as well. It's up to you guys where you want to keep it, but we just have those there because there used to be more.
What's this place called again?
I would just put the Temple of Therisden.
And we found a bunch of goodies in here.
Mm-hmm.
Where'd that post go? There's that post right there. Copy.
I'm gonna tug at the rope that we pulled back up.
Yeah, you're
you're
not up. You literally just had it tied in case something happened. You just walked in and can walk right back out.
Oh, okay.
And dragging the coins with you. Okay.
And how much was the gems worth?
10 each.
Okay. How many were there?
16.
16, you said?
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. The loop tablet has been made, and unless someone contests, I will drop those into the bag of holding.
I would say just keep it in the bag of holding. We can divvy it up later when we, actually clear a dungeon, and not like every time we find gold.
Yeah.
Found it.
All right.
On what?
I found where
What?
I found how
Found
to
the-
make the horse weightless.
Oh, good. All right. Let's worry about where we're going next.
I guess the only way to go now is the statue.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can we like ignore the statue and just walk by it and not have to worry about a thing?
Sure.
This is D&D. That's not how it works.
Sure it is.
We could look for trapdoors though. That might activate it.
Check for traps, Schmoopy.
All
Look
right.
at me, man.
As you guys enter into this hallway, you can see, as I've been describing, that it now becomes worked stone, very high quality craftsmanship. Even you, Ragnar, as much as you despise this place, even you can appreciate how well this is manufactured and put together, because it's obviously been here for centuries and it is held up immaculately. The stone floor is highly polished obsidian, and it actually almost looks like it's got wispy smoke, purpley veins running through it, but not along the top. It's almost as if it's like a high polish on a car where the red paint's underneath, but you got 2 or 3 layers of high gloss paint over the top of it, clear. That's almost what it looks like, is this stone floor. It looks so highly polished that the veins of purple look to be deeper than just the surface. They look to be within the stone, but the top half of the surface is almost like a clear, allowing you a window to look down into these. It's just this really strange effect. The walls themselves are highly polished black stone, and periodically there are these purple veined obsidian columns that support an arched roof about 30 feet overhead.
Damn, these people learn how to make resin floors.
Yeah. As you look,
First it came to mind.
As you look, you can see there is a great pillar of ebony stone in the shape of a diamond in the center of the passageway leading south. Each side of the actual pillar has a face carved into it. So there's like 4 different faces facing the facing different directions, right? So all 4 directions. So 1 north, south, east, and west. Even though it only shows like 1 statue there, I only have the 1 statue anyway. But you can see that the statue, or the column itself, is actually like a body with 4 heads at the top of it, each like a totem almost, with each face pointing a different direction.
I really don't trust this thing. I'm very paranoid after the Jade. I will hold my shield forward, taking a continuous dodge action as I walk forward.
Okay. As you get to about 15 feet away, suddenly the statue begins to turn. Its head sort of turns, and it comes to life as it bars your way from going any further.
She lets out a very long sigh. That just looks so stupid to me. I'm sorry. Get rotated, nerd.
I saw this coming.
I just want to say, and this is just out of love, I am not going to keep moving everybody's tokens. If you guys aren't going to move your own tokens, then you're going to be in the back of the dungeon while everybody else is upstairs doing whatever. So I'm sorry, but I am not. If you can't move your token, then tell me and I'll move it for you. But I am not going to move people's tokens all the time. Anyway, the statue sort of turns and bars you from going any other or going any further, I should say.
Well, I would like to take a history or religion check to try to identify anything about this statue that I would recognize from my studies or
Okay.
experiences.
All right.
Which one would be more appropriate, religion or history?
Arcana.
Arcana? Ooh, that's even better. Thank you. You know,
So the best. What?
I'm going to use another advantage on this because I want to know what this is.
That's your last one.
This is my last one.
Yep.
I still have inspiration though.
Yeah, you still have an inspiration. But this you roll a 19. Why did you get a? How did you get a +2 and a +3?
It's my proficiency.
Yeah, proficiency bonus is +3.
Okay. Oh yeah. Sorry, my bad. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. +2
Yep.
intelligence.
Yep.
+1
Gotcha. So you know that wizards and clerics and other such very powerful entities typically make golems as guardians or servants or things of that nature. The more powerful the wizard and cleric, the tougher the creature that they tend to make. And next to golems made of metal, golems made of stone are as formidable as a guardian as there are made.
Stone golems were practically immune to magic, if I recall, right?
Not sure if they're, that they have high resistances to many things, but they're, I don't know about like impervious to anything like that. So
okay. Initiative?
I don't know. You gonna go try to get past them?
You know what? I'm still on the dodge action, so I will take another step forward.
Okay.
Could try talking to it.
As soon as you step within 10 feet, it begins to bring its arms up and steps forward to attack as it swings down upon Nilo, apparently calling her bluff.
Yeah.
Roll for
verbal challenge type.
Yeah, roll for
It is at a disadvantage.
Well, no, we're rolling for initiative.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Everybody roll for initiative.
Pardon me.
Corvin, you're up first.
Okay. It's not engaged with anybody yet, so I don't get to sneak attack it. Let's see here. Can I use a bonus action to hide in the shadows or something?
Absolutely, it is very shadowy around here.
Okay, so that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do bonus action hide.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna plug it with an arrow.
Need you to give me your hide check, please. Give me a stealth check.
What do I roll for that?
Stealth check. All right, nicely done. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, you are up now.
All right, so that is, hang on. Sharp bow. To attack the advantage because it's the first round. Is that good enough to hit?
Oh, sorry. What did you roll? 19? 19 does hit. You didn't target it. Did you target it?
Oh,
it's weird. It doesn't show.
No, I apparently I did not.
Somebody targeted it, it looks like. Who's that?
Me that has it ready for my turn.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, gotcha.
Okay.
Yeah, so now that you can still roll you just hit damage now that you target it, and it'll take the damage.
Yeah, and I get to roll an additional d6 because it's a sneak attack. So it's just plus d6.
Why'd you get sneak attack? Because you don't have advantage, do you?
I thought because I was hidden in shadows, it would give me that advantage.
You know what? I'll give it. I don't necessarily think it would be advantage, but I'll give it.
Okay, so it just.
Yep, I'll give it a d6. Yep, that's fair.
Okay, so I just type 1d6 in.
Yeah, just do damage, and then it has a situational bonus. You should be able to type in 1d6 in that. Just make sure you take it out again next time, because otherwise it'll add it every time, because it'll remember. All right. As you do 13 hit points of damage. Nice. I need to see. I thought. Where am I? All right, so your arrow actually does strike it. I'm looking to see. I'm like looking at this. I'm like, why does this not have half the things that I was looking at before? Oh, there it is. Okay, because I had the wrong form. All right, cool. All right, so your arrow does strike it, and as you see, even though it's made of stone, you manage to chip off a little piece of the block, doing at least a little bit of damage to it.
Good.
As it hit. Is that for you?
That would be it for me.
Hi, Jill, you're up. All right. A firebolt, 24 hits.
Hey.
All right, 7 hit points of damage. Is that it for you?
Yeah, that's it.
Tarikas, you're up. Sorry if I seem like I'm going quick, but we got like 20 minutes left to try to resolve the combat. One way or the other. Yeah. Tarikas, you're up.
Like Speedy Gonzalez of combat.
Okay, that's different.
You with us, Tarikas?
Yeah, I went.
Yeah, he rolled.
Oh, I didn't even see. Oh, my bad. Told it dead? Okay, sorry. Oops. I knew that. As he makes his saving throw. No damage. Is that it for you?
Yep.
All right. Ragnar.
Alright. I'm gonna
5,
rage
10,
because
15,
this is the
20.
golem and that is going to hurt. Oh, where's my button? I think you have to apply it for me, Sean.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sitting there reading.
Oh no, I
Da-da-da.
always bring it up anyway. It's just I think you need to tag me or something.
Yeah, we're good. Okay.
Am I plus one?
Are you what? Sorry.
Raging.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, it's on you.
Okay.
Oh no, crud! God damn it! I'm a nickelhead. Let me refund the resource. Now I was considering the resource. What the heck was that? What? Damn it! All right, so I screwed that up. I applied it. I applied it to the golem.
God dang it, dude! A golem with rage is terrifying. Why would you do this?
Hang on a second. Let me go back and
There's one.
You how many times have you raged? Oh, this is the only one, right?
We've long rested, so I should have. All three
Yeah,
charges back.
yeah. So now you're.
Oh, I
so,
don't think it long rested on my sheet. Let me click that.
Yeah. Yeah, because it didn't. Yeah, for real. Go ahead and long rest yourself. All right.
There you go.
Now go ahead and do rage again, and then I'll apply it to you this time. Oh, I know why. It's because it's you're targeting the golem. So
I
when
have
you
to
did,
target myself when I'm raging.
well, it won't let me. Let me see if it'll let me apply to. Yeah, see, it won't let me apply unless it's a targeted creature. I think it can, but
There
if
you go.
you're, yeah, sorry. All right, let's try that one more time. Refund. So go ahead and target and just do it one more time, and then we'll see if we can get this to work. I don't know why you have to target yourself. You shouldn't have to. But, yep, now it's got you. Okay, now you're raging. Now you can deselect yourself and target the golem and do your thing. That was weird. Usually it just lets you do it and I can apply it, but I think
Yeah,
because, well, yeah, I think because you had the golem targeted when you did it, that's, oh, look at that. Is that awesome or what? Nicely done. All right. That's your first
I might
attack.
as well use my advantage. Let me roll first.
Okay. That hits. 19 hits.
Might as well use the advantage since, you know,
Okay.
take a crit.
Oh. So,
Yeah, 19.
so your advantage. So now you're down to 2 advantages. And 6 damage. All right. Is it for you?
That's my turn, yeah.
All right. As the golem reaches out with this massive slam attack. It reaches only 5 feet, so I am going to move here as he moves up to target Nilo just because I want to be a dick.
Disadvantage.
Disadvantage because?
I was taking a dodge action the entire time walking up in preparation for the attack. So I was braced for the attack the entire time.
Yep, and you haven't gone yet.
Nope.
So
I have not.
So I am going to use one of my advantages to take away your disadvantage to make it a straight up roll.
Rest in peace, forearm.
Oh, no, it's not. It doesn't do that much damage. Watch, I bet it won't even hit. Look, I didn't even hit. I got a 13, didn't hit. And as it swings down and then Nilo sort of deftly avoids it, suddenly you watch as this bolt of energy comes blasting out of it, streaking down the hallway, slamming right into Hygel as Hygel gets hit with a force bolt blast.
Jeez.
And Hygel suffers 23 hit points of damage from the force bolt. And that, my friends, is...
He is hurt.
That is it for the golem, Nilo.
Don't worry, team. We still have 286 hit points left in the party.
That's one way to look at it. All right, Nilo.
Yeah. So, dagger time.
Okay.
And smack him. A 16.
16 does not hit.
Again.
That hits. 22 hits.
Yep, that. Normal. 1. 8 damage.
I like it. Okay.
I don't.
Is that it for you?
Yeah, that's it for me. Yeah.
Corbin, you're up. If you want to continue to hide, it's gonna be a stealth each time, just so you know.
Does it count as a bonus action if I do that?
I'm going to say no because you already hidden, right? Actually, no. So you're hidden. It's going to be me to see if I can see you. I forgot what you rolled though. You rolled a 22. So I have to beat a 22 in order to see if I can spot you, which is never going to happen because the highest bonus I have is +0. So, well, 17's still good, but still not enough to see you. So, go ahead and...
All right. I'm going to remain hidden, I guess. So should I roll again?
No, you don't have to.
Okay. Just
No,
making
no.
sure.
No, if you
I'm gonna use
move from where you're at, it will require a new check.
Okay, got it. I'm going to use my favorite enemy ability to cast Hunter's Mark, one of my 2 free spells.
Okay.
And let's see, clicking on it. No, just give the description. Okay, so I guess I'll click the spell and tell it not to use a resource.
Correct.
Okay, so come on, spells. Trying to hurry, and I'm just wondering.
No, you're good. No, that's fine. We got time. I just don't want to get caught up in minutia of stuff.
Yeah. Concentration, consume item. No, don't consume. Okay, so I've got a Hunter's Mark on the target.
Yep, and I have just applied it to the mark.
With the bow.
Pew pew with the bow it is.
I remember right. That's bonus damage, isn't it?
Hunter's Mark is another D6, yes. So
Yeah,
what you'll do is you'll click Hunter's Mark and then you'll do damage instead. It gives you the option for Reese to apply it, move it, or do damage. And you just do damage, and it'll apply the Hunter's Mark damage.
All right, so let me aim with the short bow. This is second attack, so I don't get my advantage. Oh, actually, no. Because I go before it in combat.
Well, not only that, but
yeah,
not only that, when you attack, if you are hidden and it can't see you, you get advantage on the attack anyway.
So,
because you're hidden. That hits. 27 is pretty close to a hit.
So I get my sneak attack damage and the Hunter's Mark damage.
Yep, so 2 ways you can do it. You can just add 2d6 or just do the 1d6 and then click Hunter's Mark to roll that damage separately. Any way you want to do it.
Okay, I'll just do the 2d6.
Yeah, I think it's easier, yeah.
Yeah. So 2d6 for the bonus. Normal.
Nice.
Oh, good.
Nice. Nicely done.
And one of those is just force damage, so even though this
Yep.
to the piercing.
Yep. I like it. All right. Is that it for you?
And yeah, that'll be my turn.
All right. Hygel.
I'm gonna move up a little closer, and I'm gonna cast haste on Ragnar.
Okay.
Oh, good call. Good call. Always give that barbarian haste. Unless it's a hasted golem. Enraging.
And that's gonna be it for my turn.
All right. I need to apply it to, so Ragnar is now hasted and raging.
And he gets an extra 2 to his armor class.
Yep, that'll automatically apply it. Tarikas, you're up.
All right, how many hit points do you have?
7.
Okay, I'm going to. How much is your total max?
50. Yeah, 50.
Yep.
All right, I'm gonna walk up to him and I'm gonna do a what do they call that?
Cure wounds?
No. I'm gonna get you up to at least half. Let me see what it's called.
Yeah, it's his priestly ability.
Yeah.
It's a feature that he's got.
And let me see where I have to cast it. Oh, here it is. Divine. Channel Divinity, yeah. Okay, here it goes. It should give you half.
Appreciate it.
Did it?
You need to click healing and then roll.
Oh, why is it roll?
Yeah, it says roll, but you'll end up going up to half, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, because it only give them to 10, so it should bring him up to 25, right? Because that he can get 18.
You can get up to I think it's 30.
Yeah, it's up to
points.
30, but he only needs 18, and that'll give him half.
Yeah, so. And if anybody else is under half, they can take whatever's left over.
Anybody else under half? I don't think anybody else is.
Yeah, so that gets him up to half. Then bonus action, I'm going to cast a spiritual weapon.
Okay. Just target it, cast it, place the template.
Let's see, where are you? Spiritual weapon. I need to hit summon first. Probably.
No, you just right click and target it, and then oh yeah, do summon, yeah. Well, I think you need to, like, if you target the golem, if you haven't already, and then do summon.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, just click summon.
I did, and it just doesn't. It just says refund resources or.
To me, when I click summon, it pops up a thing that says arcane sword or spiritual weapon. So you can do the arcane sword, astral blue, or the spiritual weapon.
Yeah, it doesn't give me that option.
Oh, that's weird. All right, so what do you want, the spiritual weapon or the arcane sword, the astral blue sword?
Yeah, the spiritual weapon's good.
Okay. And so that's interesting. Now you have I have this spiritual weapon sitting there right now.
Nice.
That's pretty cool. Because when it does summon, it creates a token. And I'm going to assign Monkey as the owner. So you now you're an owner of that weapon. Oh, so check this out, Monkey. Double click. So can you see the blade floating in the air?
Yeah.
Double click on it. Not to target it, just double click to open it like you're opening your own token. I just made you an owner.
It's not doing nothing when I double click on it.
Really? Hang on, make sure you're an owner. Finger ownership. Oh, because I forgot to save changes. Hang on, sorry. Owner. Save changes. Now let me double check just to make sure. All right, now double click on it.
Yeah, I see.
And now you can use it as an attack. So now I'll just leave that there, and then you can move it wherever you want, right? Because you can move it up to 20 feet.
I'm gonna attack it. I'm not gonna move.
Okay, I'm just saying you can.
Move and strike.
All right. Holy cow. How does it
Plus
do 45? Why?
I like that weapon. Thanks,
Spiritual what? I'm just wondering.
I think you fat fingered a 5 in there.
No, it didn't. This is the spiritual weapon. Hang on. I'm going to open it up on the stream. Give me a second. And just so you can see, they created it so that it's like almost an automatic hit. And I don't know why they would do that. But anyway, I am going to, let me show you. I want to open it on the stream so people can see. This is what it looks like. So move and attack. So here it says, you create a floating spectral that resembles a weapon of your choice and lasts for the duration. Appears within range. You can immediately make one melee spell attack against one creature within 5 feet of the force. On a hit, the target takes force damage equal to 1d8 plus your spell casting modifier. So I don't know why it has all these bonuses in there, but I think, Monkey, you need to make an attack roll against it. And then, yeah, it's weird that it's got this. Yeah, I don't know why it's got that or where that even came from or why they have it set this way. But you need to roll a regular attack. So you did 1d8. What's your spell casting modifier? So I'm going to say you hit it. What's your spellcasting modifier plus?
Spellcasting modifier. It is.
What
It is.
you use wisdom, right? So whatever your wisdom modifier is a +4. So you did 1d8 plus 4. So I don't know why you did 1d8. So just give me a d8 plus 4, and that's how many hit points I'll take off. Because ain't no way it's took no 59 damage. That's crazy.
I don't know. Might have.
Could have, maybe. All right, that's still good. +4 is 11 off. All right, that's fine. Is that it for Monkey then?
That is it.
All right. Ragnar, take your 10 attacks.
No. You know what?
He's gonna get 2 nat 20s.
Yeah.
Nat 20's my ass.
That is a 16 and it misses.
Might as well use my other advantage.
All right, you got one advantage left. That
Second
misses
attack.
as well. Okay. A 17 misses.
Wow. All right, that's my turn.
All right.
Oh wait, no, I have one more attack as a haste. My bad.
That's okay. 13 still misses.
Unlucky.
Is that it for you?
To be fair, it's not bad rolls, my friend. It's just a high.
Yeah.
It's a high AC.
Yeah. All right. Is it for you?
Yeah.
All right. As the creature raises its hands up, you watch as these sparkling bolts of energy, one in each hand, go flying down the hallway. First one slams into Tarikas. Tarikas suffers 28 hit points of force damage. As the second, I need you to give me a DC 14 concentration check, please. Roll a d20 and add your con bonus to it to avoid your spell disappearing, Tarikas. DC 20 plus. I need you to roll a Constitution check. Constitution saving throw. DC 14. It's a con check. Actually, it's a. Sorry. No, it's a DC. No, it's a DC 14 concentration check. So you're gonna roll your con plus, or you're gonna click your con. So it should give you a D20 plus 5. As your concentration check failed, as your spiritual weapon disappears, as a second bolt of energy comes blasting from him as well. A 19 slams into Tarikas for a second hit. As Tarikas suffers another 22 hit points of force damage, and he doesn't need to roll the con save because he already failed once. That is it for the golem. Nilo.
Oh. Okay, this is oof. All right.
Nice.
We don't have that here. We don't have that here. Yeah. Okay. So
Tried that last night.
I'm going to smack it with my dagger.
Okay.
For how much else I can do here.
All right. That hits. 25. Nice. Nicely done.
Thank you.
And for an 11 hit points of damage.
Oh. Second attack.
Oops, second attack misses.
I'll use my inspiration on that and re-roll it.
Okay. That hits.
Nope. Oh yeah, that one hits.
23 hits. Yep.
Ugh.
Not too shabby. Another 9. All right. Is that it for you?
Could be worse. Could be worse. That's it for me. Yeah.
All right. Corvin, back to the top of the order with you, sir. You still have
Okay,
your
I
advantage.
Yep. And I will make my sneak attack again. I'm guessing that hits.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, 21 hits.
Okay, damage. And 2d6. Not bad.
17. Nice.
Yep. And yeah, that'll be my turn.
All right. Where has the... All right, there it is. All right, cool. Yep, sorry, Hyduel, that misses.
No, that's it for my turn.
All right. Tarikas, you're up.
Yep. Suppose. Guess I better heal myself. Well, we'll just do this. We're gonna cast Bless on everybody.
Okay.
Let's see, I think I can get 4. Like up at level. Let me see how many I can. So Bless is 3 creatures. So Bless at first level is 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 4, 5. So I have to cast it as a 3rd level. I can get all of us. Of course, I'm not gonna be able to get all of us unless we fix that problem. We'll see if it works.
They've been doing upgrades and stuff, so hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully we'll try it. Right, did it work?
It did. You're all now blessed.
All right. And I'm going to move out of line of sight of this thing for temporary.
Okay. All right.
Build myself around.
All right. Is that it for you this turn?
Yep.
All right. Ragnar. Still hasted. No, not hasted. The spell was...
He should be, though.
No, that was a concentration spell because you lost concentration.
How?
When you got,
got
hit,
hit.
you got hit right after you hasted him.
I don't think I ever rolled a thing for it. I didn't get hit at all I got hit
Right. I'm trying to
by
think.
him one time.
Did you take damage?
I got healed, but I don't remember taking damage after I hasted.
Yeah, it says you're still concentrating, so yep, you must still be haste. I don't know, why does it not have the haste on
Yeah,
you
I
there?
noticed it popped off like as soon as the round was over, but it should last a minute, so...
Yep. All right, so...
You guys
Go
trying
ahead.
to get Ragnar killed
Yep,
again?
so...
No!
Yeah, so go ahead and recast it, Josh. But when it says to use resource, see if you can do it. If not, I'll just give you your spell slot back. Just recast it, and I'll give you your spell slot back. I don't know why it would have done that. So
I gotta target him. Dang it.
yeah. Hang on, I'm gonna refund that because it's targeting the stone golem. You got to make sure. Yeah. Also, Tarikas, don't forget to deselect everybody.
I don't want to get whacked with your spiritual weapon later.
Let me know when you want me to use it again.
Yeah, you can
I
use it
haven't
again.
targeted this time.
Yeah, you can use it again.
Okay, I had to move myself forward so I could see them, select them, and then I went back where I was.
All right, Ragnar's hasted again. And let me go to spells. What level spell was that? That was a
Third.
third level.
Yeah.
And you got one back now. All right, you got it back. All right, cool. All right, so was Ragnar, you're up, and you're hasted, yes.
Yes. Let me do some damage.
Flat time.
Wow, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, nope. Oh, that hits.
Yeah,
Sorry, 18 does hit. Forgot you had the 1d4. Sorry. Nice. 11 damage. As you are whittling it down for sure. And I am going to replace that nat 20 with my nat 1.
What's that?
You just critted, but I am taking away that crit because I have a nat 1 and I'm replacing your nat 20 with my nat 1. So that roll misses.
Dang.
But you got 2 more. I like that
I'm gonna
better.
use another advantage.
Okay, that's your last one. Don't forget, you also have a nat 20 available, Ragnar.
I do.
You do.
You should use it.
Do it.
Okay, I'll use it. The
All right.
nat 20.
All right. That is the last of your stuff. And 18 damage. Nice. All right. Finally get it down below 100.
Dun, 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 dun,
Is
dun,
that it for you?
Pages, where's my DPS?
Yeah, is that it for you?
Yeah, that's it.
All right. As the golem, I'm going to do this just because I'm a nice guy. As the golem is going to do this. Concentration, consume, place. Everybody in that square, I need you to give me a DC, a DC 17 Wisdom saving throw, please. Hydro passed.
Wisdom, you say?
Yes. That includes everybody except Tarikas needs to give me a DC 17. Well, this kind of sucks. Everybody passing. That's more like it,
I am
Nilo.
going to use my Mage Slayer to force that to be a pass.
Okay. All right, cool. And I'm still waiting on Ragnar's.
What was the roll again?
The Wisdom saving throw, DC 17.
Gotcha. This is going to be a very uphill battle.
As Ragnar fails. So, everybody passed except Ragnar.
Is this the slow effect, Sean?
Yep.
God damn.
Is this a concentration effect?
It is.
No.
It's a
Don't worry,
concentration.
Don't worry, Ragnar.
Yeah, it's a concentration for the creature. So Ragnar is slowed. All right. Oops.
No, I only get one action.
All right.
Don't worry, Ragnar. You'll get your full turn.
That was its bonus action. Now it's doing its full attack as it targets Nilo with a force bolt.
Ow.
24
Ow.
hits.
I'll eat it.
As you suffer 27 hit points of force damage as the second bolt comes right after the first. And that is a 23.
I'll block that one. I don't want to get another hit like that.
Okay.
I don't get the option to just cast it anymore either, by the way. I've noticed that.
You should.
Yeah, it does not pop up with the reaction.
I need
effects
you.
anymore.
I need you to deselect the. You're attacking the golem, and so I refunded your resource. So you need to retarget yourself, and then cast it again.
I forgot that I have to do it like that now too. There we go.
All right. So Nyla was shielded. All right, Nyla,
Let
you're
me
up.
out.
As your shield goes away immediately.
That's fine. That's fine. All right. So bless. I need to make sure this is actually giving this to me.
It is,
So
because every
first
time
I'm
you
going-
guys, every time you
Yep, I
attack,
see it right there.
it'll be a die 4 to it too.
I'm going to attack.
That misses. 16.
That's not gonna hit anything.
That hits.
There we go. That's going to hit. And it takes
apply
disadvantage on its
damage.
concentration check.
And I fail. Oh, a 12. I passed. Woo!
I wish concentration was based off of damage here.
Yep, exactly. Is that it for Dilo?
You know what? Action surge.
Okay.
Yep, let's action surge here.
That misses.
Come on.
That hits. Ten more. Hey, every little bit helps.
Break it. Break it. Break it. Come on.
It fails its concentration. As yep, he's no longer slowed. No longer slowed. I like it. All right,
Look at me, the fighter delivering status buffs to everybody.
Corvin. Corvin, you're up.
All right. It is time to do like before. Plunk away with the bow.
Blink, blink.
Mm-hmm. And advantage.
Oh man.
Right on.
Well, that second one wouldn't have mattered, I guess, but he gets advantage on his saving throws versus any magic stuff. So that hits 24. So, but the second one would have mattered because he only rolled. Well, I would have because I rolled a 7. Fuck me. Oh well, never mind. Doesn't matter. 13 damage. Hey, that's good. Whittling him down. I don't know why. As he, I'm sorry. I just have to take it away because it keeps asking me to roll a concentration check. I would already failed. Why did it not take it away? So, all right, cool. Anything else for Corvin?
That would be it for this turn.
Nigel Craghammer, you're up.
Good old fireball.
Nice.
Can you see the circle right now, the template?
I can't. No. I won't see it until you place it there. Now I see it.
That technically hits him, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just going to do it right there. So DC 16 dex save.
All right. He gets with advantage. As he fails, go ahead and roll your damage. Nice. 26 hit points of damage. As you guys watch, as he is looking beat down as the fireball blasts into him, and you watch as pieces of the rock begin to melt and drip off, making him sort of stagger awkwardly. He still stands, but he is definitely wounded. Is that it for you?
Yeah, that's it for me.
Tarikas.
All right. How's everybody's healing going? Okay.
I am doing all right for now.
All right. Well, I'm gonna heal myself.
Yeah, I'm still all right.
Let me do this. Let me drink up Understandable potion. We shall see. I only have 2. Never mind. I will heal myself.
Okay.
No, I have to. Let's see, I'm down 20, 25. Shoot. All right, I'm gonna get myself up with a channel of divinity.
Okay.
No, yeah, no. Just that's a kill. I wounds of myself. That should be enough. Does that drone does that monster golem look hurt?
Yeah. If you've been paying attention, I said he looks hurt.
Yeah. No, I'm paying attention. I just don't remember you saying it.
Yeah. Yeah, he looks hurt.
Okay. Shit. All right. Well then, fuck it. I'm just gonna go here. I'm gonna hit him with a Toll of the Dead.
Okay. You just cast Word of Radiance. You cast a Word of Radiance or Toll the Dead?
Yeah, a Toll of the Dead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's
I
fine.
hit the wrong spell.
It's all good.
Oh, it says reload application. Okay.
And 18. He passed his saving throw.
All right, and then I move back.
All right. Ragnar.
Looks like his haste went away again.
Yeah, don't worry. Just go ahead and we'll just go ahead and cast it or do the extra attacks. That hits.
The game doesn't want me to have haste, but too bad.
Nice. Hang on. I don't think you targeted him, Ragnar.
Didn't I?
No, because you just did damage. I applied it and it didn't take anything from him, so.
I had him targeted. Are you sure it just didn't register as a hit?
Maybe it didn't. Maybe it didn't. Let me see if it'll. Hang on a sec. Yeah, you're right. For some reason, it didn't register when I applied. All right, cool. We're good. Oh, finally a
You
crit.
can't stop me, Sean.
Hey, man. You know, I could have stopped you, but I'll let you off the hook this time. Nice. Where is my... There we are. As you applied. All right. I think you got 2 more attacks because you're hasted. Oh, that was 3, right? There's 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that was your critical. Yeah, so I think you still got 1 more. Let me look at it again. Attack.
I have 3 attacks.
Oh, for some reason, so you had 4 because you're hasted.
No, I have 2 normally and then 1 additional.
Oh, good. Stone Golem then. Good. I at least get a couple more blows left. Oh, yay. He gets his slow back. Woo! But I don't need it. He is, just because I can, one is going at, first one is going at Nilo as the Force Bolt comes blasting out. And that is a 25.
Yeah, I can't stop that.
As Nilo suffers 30 hit points of force damage.
Ow, that has gotta hurt.
And the second one is going at Hygel, since he blasted him with that fireball.
I've had worse situations.
And a 19 hits Hygel. As Hygel
Your
suffers
buddy's bulky enough to kill you.
34 hit points of damage to Hygel.
Oh, yeah.
As Hygel drops to the ground. Nilo, you're up.
I got you.
Alright, this guy needs to stop doing that. He really does. This is starting to get out of hand.
And your haste goes away, by the way, Ragnar.
Dang it.
Yeah, I can't
Now
fix
you're
this one, man. I'm
incapacitated.
sorry, I can't fix this one.
As you hit 21.
That's what we're talking about. That's what we're here for. 11 damage.
As Nilo,
Round.
seeing these two force bolts slam into her, slam into Hygel, orcish fury to the max as she leaps onto the top of the golem, jabbing her dagger through its glistening eyes where the gems were in there, were for its eyes. Punctures all the way through her blade, slicing through the stone, exploding the head around her hand as the golem drops to the ground. Whatever magic
off.
that created it, dispersing
Hops off and
into the ether, dispersing into the ether, and leaving the rubble of the creature on the ground.
She stands in the shadow of the Colossus.
As we are now out of combat.
Is everyone alive?
You turn around and you see Hygel crumpled on the floor.
Yeah, I'm gonna cast Spare the Dying on him.
Oh, shit.
Okay. Go ahead and cast it. Move up and cast it, I should say.
Okay, it says there's a wall there. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I have to inch my way down. Apparently, there's walls.
No, well, the walls are over here. If you just caught the corner right here, that's what.
And
Now
it's
there's
saying a wall here.
no, there's no walls there.
I know, but that's what it's telling me. It's like attempted movement.
Oh, I wonder if it's it shouldn't be now. You should be able to move straight down.
Nope, can't. That's
What
as
the
far as
hell?
I can go.
What? There are literally no walls there. I'm telling you, I can.
Nah, no, but I'm not able to move there.
Hang on a sec. Something's not going on here. Okay, now I'm with you. There you go.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Now we're good.
All right.
Casting.
Where's he at?
Did you target him?
Yep.
Creature becomes stable. All right, so he is now stable.
Okay. And now we're going to. Everyone's hurt, right?
Everybody but Ragnar. Well, actually, I don't think Corvin is, but he got it from the last combat, not this combat.
Ragnar's not hurt at all. He never got touched.
We're gonna do prayer of healing. Well, 4 of us at least. Is it prayer of healing that I'm doing?
Yeah.
Okay, where are you, prayer of healing?
Don't know. Got it?
Yes, sir.
All right. Click on to heal. Nice. So everybody gets 9 hit points back.
I had some bonuses with that, but
Oh, that's nice.
All right. As you guys gather yourselves about and you look and see that the passageway that you are on, this smooth energy, or the smooth black stone. Why is that? That's kind of weird. Sorry. It's like, why is that there? Delete.
That was the spiritual weapon.
Yeah, I was like, why is that still there? I thought I got rid of that.
Thing? It's blue.
As you look down the hall, you can see the smooth black rock with the strange misty purple veins beneath the surface as they twist, and the more you stare at them, the more they hurt your eyes and cause a little bit of brain hurt. But you all gather yourselves at the beginning of the entrance of this dungeon lair beneath this ancient temple of whomever it was. And we will do our quick healing here to whatever you guys want to heal, and then we will call it a night from there.
I think a rest might be adequate.
all right. Let me cast some spells. We rested for the night, or
No, just a short rest because we used a bunch of. At least I used a bunch of my short rest resources in that fight. And we can all heal using our hit dice instead of using the magic, which can be used for other things.
True.
Yeah, so I think we're gonna take a short rest here, Sean.
All right. Okay.
Okay. On short. Let's see. How many short am I? Okay, I clicked for the healing, but it didn't do anything. I don't think.
Yeah, if you, clicked on short, there it goes. Hang on a second. Nilo, are you targeting somebody or no? Nilo did second. Oh, there was. So it did. I'm
Oh.
sorry, Corbin. Here we go.
I didn't click the roll. That's
You did, but I have to apply it. Yep.
Okay.
So you're back up.
Okay.
what?
All right. So again, you guys didn't let me. So Hygels can't take all of those hit dice. We don't do full hit dice rolls. You can only take half of your hit dice max.
Oh, did not know that.
But that's all right. I'm not going to penalize this time. But that's like I said at the beginning, we only take, whenever we do our long rest, that's when we roll hit dice. If you take a short rest, if you want to use hit dice, you can only use, actually, I don't think it's even half. I think what we had originally set was short rest. At the end of a short rest, you can recover 1 hit dice for every 4 levels. So you guys are 7th level or 8th level? 8th level, so you can only take 2 hit dice of healing on a short rest. You can take all of them. You can take all of them on a long rest, but you can only take 2 of them on a short rest. Hygel's already done it. I'm not going to worry about it. So if everybody else wants to follow suit, I'll allow it this time. But normally, you get 1 per 4 levels, and then on a long rest, you can do all your hit dice because it makes it a little more difficult to do what we're doing now. Oh, we got into combat, got our ass kicked. Let's have a short rest, get our hit dice.
Well, that's fine because I can just go with I used a second, an additional second win for that because it
Well,
also recovers on a short rest. So
I'm just saying, whatever the case may be,
yeah.
I'm just saying that's the reason behind it is because I want to make it a little more challenging in that you can't always, yes, you got a lot of healing spells, but then you have healing spells, but you get those back on your rests. And so it just makes it a little more difficult than just getting all your hit points back every short rest. So anyway, bottom line is, if you haven't taken a short rest, please do so you can recover your stuff.
Well, I did a short rest and it didn't do nothing. It didn't give me no options or nothing. So I just rolled 2 8-sideds, which is 9 hit points.
Yeah, I don't know why you guys have the issues. I click on short rest for you and it pops up a little thing giving me options to do what I want for short rest. How many hit dice can, I have D8 available. So you have 8 available hit dice and you can start clicking hit dice to roll, even though you can only do 2. But like I said, do you want to expend your hit dice for healing, Tarikas?
Yeah, just 2 of them.
Well,
yeah,
I will allow you to use all of them because I allowed Hygel to do it, but normally we don't. But since Hygel already did, if you want to use all of them, you can. There's the first 2. And we're going to re-roll that D8. So instead of 1, you get another 5. So you're at 56. You want me to keep rolling hit dice for you? Because you have 6 left, but right now you got 56 hit points.
By the roll that you made, that's fine.
That's fine. But you got 6. 56 hit points out of 75. So, however you want to do that. So, and
I haven't done nothing. I don't do nothing on there.
Yeah.
And I don't know why it didn't show up. So.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I don't know either. It's like, I don't know if it's because Forge and you got to refresh it all the time, whatever. That's just irritating. So, all right. So the way it looks right now, Tarikas has 56 out of 75. Hygel has 50 out of 50. Corvin, you're maxed. Looks like you're down 8, Nilo, and we know that Ragnar is maxed. So that is where we are going to leave tonight's game. Appreciate you guys staying a little late. I apologize for the combat taking so long, but it's not my fault. You guys can't hit nothing. But appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Huh?
Happy to do it. I had a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was good, man. I'm glad you guys finally got through. So, but we are going to be, so next week we are streaming. Next week we're back on track. So next week will be our last one, and then we're every other week after that, right? So we game next week, skip a week, game the week after that, et cetera, et cetera. So we've been trying to play catch up here. Don't forget, if you follow us at all, we do stream on Monday. We will be here Monday for our first edition game. You can once again see Monkey Burgers getting his butt kicked. they're still going strong. Apparently people keep buying shit. So I'm gonna go over and raid into, are they still going? Yep. Troll Lord Games is still going. So I am going to raid over to those guys, even if it's at the end of their stream, don't care. They got this thing going on with their, Kickstarter backer kit, whatever it is, for Zagigs Castle. So, like I said, I appreciate you guys hanging out with us. I know we went a little long tonight, but that's okay. Once in a while it happens. But we will see you Monday and or next Friday. But just in the meantime, remember, in a world you can be anything you want. All we ask is that you be kind. See you next time. Yeah, let's see how many we can get.
Have fun.
See how many we get. Can we get everybody? We only have like 5 people left, and it looks like we got all 5 of them. Look at that.
Take care,
All right, dude. We'll see
cheers,
you.
everybody.
All right, we'll see you next time.
Well, no, not Walter Mallow. God damn it. Now you can almost had Paul Harvey.
Paul Harvey.
Paul Harvey.
Yes. Hey, Agora Quest, thank you for the raid. Welcome in.
Agora, Chris, thank you.
We should do
And
the
now-
troll equivalent of Paul Harvey.
The rest of the story.
Walter Cronkite. That's who I was thinking of.
I have been talking to Tyler Moe for about a week now, so that'll happen sooner than you think.
What? His haircut?
Well, thanks for running.